You may be seated, please. Thank you. Thank you, DJ. Bear with me while I open up my agenda. Right. In the room, also supported by DJ and our camera crew, and we have at all, please reach out to them. And then, yes, let's make this a very, very wonderful afternoon. Fantastic. Now, I'm going to bring to stage someone who has made all this happen, to welcome you and to get this day rolling. Now, we know that there are people who talk about change, and you also know about people who wake up every single day and make things happen. The person I'm introducing to you is that second person, someone whose life is about building, who is set, dedicated, and out to show results. And the results is one of which we are seated here for. Now, this event, this room, the conversations that we are going to have are all connected to this one person. Now, because we know that everything good never happens by accident, and so be that we have the person in the room, and the person is a real person, not somebody that we would say is virtual or AI. Now, she started with a vision that many people would have called too ambitious. Connect the UK to Africa through enterprise, through innovation, investment, empower the diaspora communities, and to stop being spectators in Kenya's growth. Now, to put it quite frankly, she has led international trade and investment missions in Nairobi, in London, in Dubai, and she has facilitated foreign direct investment flows in both directions. She has opened doors for African businesses that did not previously know those doors existed. She founded the Global Business Alliance to give Kenyan enterprises a stronger, louder, more competitive voice on the world stage. And she has done all this because she believes that building things well requires one to never stop learning and be persistent. Today, as our host, the host of the Kenya UK Global Mission 2026, she stands at the forefront of economic diplomacy and diaspora engagement, not because she's under the platform, but because she built it. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome to the stage Mary Njonjo. Please, let's give a great hand of applause. Thank you very much. Oh, bless you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elvis. Good morning.
Good morning.
Your Excellency, the High Commissioner of Kenya to the United Kingdom, representatives from the Kenyan government led by the CEO, Nicodemus Bore, Director Sam Mwangi, representatives from KEPSA, industry leaders, business executives, members of the Kenyan diaspora, ladies and gentlemen, once more, good morning.
Good morning.
Jambo. Thank you. So it is my great honor and privilege to welcome you all to the Kenya-UK Global Mission 2026. We started in 2024 and have been consistent 2024, 2025, now we are in 2026. So before I go further, I would like to extend a very special welcome to all our delegates whom we've been interacting with over the last couple of months. And some of the delegates who've traveled all the way from Nairobi. Some landed this morning, some landed yesterday, others landed 2 days ago. So to all the delegates that have come all the way from Kenya, I want to say a big, big thank you. So I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to His Excellency the High Commissioner for accepting this invitation, and our partners from the UDA, all the way from Nairobi again. So if you've only been to London a day or two, you're probably already experiencing something unique about Britain. And I'm talking about the delegates who have come from Kenya. I'm sure you're experiencing the weather, right? So you can wake up sunshine and have rain by lunchtime, wind in the afternoon, and somehow, end of the day, there is sunshine again. I'm just welcoming the Kenyan delegates who are visiting from Kenya. But today, it's about something bigger than the weather. Today is about opportunity. It's about partnerships. Today is about opening conversations, which are very much needed. So today we are going to do things a bit differently. That is why we are saying powering, I think it's on the other banner, but it is powering, yes, powering the next era of trade and investments between Kenya and the UK. So we want to do things a bit differently. Why am I here? Mine is just a brief glimpse of where I started. I'm sure some of you would want to know, where did I start? Why am I here? Why am I on this podium right now? So in 2017, I was tasked with leading the UK expansion of a real estate company that was headquartered in Kenya. What seemed exciting quickly became one of the most challenging experiences of my professional career. I encountered a different culture, different regulations. I'm sure some of you have interacted, you know what I'm talking about. Limited networks. When you're new somewhere, you know, the networks can be quite a challenge. Expensive consultants. Expensive consultants, and countless obstacles that made entry into the UK very, very difficult. So there are moments when I genuinely questioned whether it was worthwhile or whether I should pack my bags and just go back to Nairobi. I did ask myself many, many times. And that got me thinking, surely there must be a much better way of doing things. The question eventually led me to creating Connect Integrated Company UK Limited. Because I saw the gap. The gap was so clear. Entering new markets with no guidance can be a nightmare. So our purpose was to bridge markets, connect opportunities, and simplify market access for businesses seeking to expand between Kenya and the United Kingdom and other international markets. The Kenya-UK Global Mission is the extension of that vision. So whether you're a Kenyan company entering the UK or a UK company entering Kenya, or an investor seeking opportunities in East Africa, the challenge is often not opportunity. The challenge is often access. Accessibility is normally what the challenge is. Access to information, access to trusted partnerships, access to networks, access to decision makers. I'm so happy today we have decision makers in the room, and we have the industry leaders. We have all the stakeholders in the room. So I'm happy that we can have a meaningful conversations today. So this is now our 4th international mission. We began in Nairobi in 2024. That was around October 2024. That's when we started. Then we came to London. That was around 2025. Then last year, just this last year before all the war broke loose, we were in Dubai. That was around November last year. So this is our 4th Kenya-UK international mission. So the world is paying attention to Kenya because I got a call all the way from New York, one of the chambers there saw what we were doing, and they invited us to New York to do a similar thing. Isn't that awesome? So the world is paying attention. The world is paying attention to Kenya. And Kenya is increasingly becoming a gateway to opportunity. So through these initiatives, UK companies have expanded into Kenya. Right now we have Dubai-based companies, just from our last mission, that are opening branches in Kenya, a pharmaceutical company for that matter. We have directly supported over 20 companies in accessing markets here in the UK. So companies from Kenya that are looking for a market access in the UK, we have helped over 20 companies access these markets. We have facilitated strategic partnerships, as you will see today, later in the day. You will see 2-3 strategic partnerships happening. Unlocked opportunities and contributed indirectly to increase foreign direct investment into Kenya. But there is also another area that is very close to our hearts. Personally, it's very, very close to me. And that is supporting the Kenyan businesses that are domiciled here in the UK. We are very keen in supporting the Kenyan businesses. And when I was coming from Dubai, I remember thinking to myself, why were the Emiratis more in the meeting? Why were everyone else was in majority apart from our own Kenyan businesses? And that got me thinking there must be a way we can really encourage these Kenyan businesses to come out and start working together with others and start forming partnerships and start being out there, you know, visibility. And that is what brought us into a conclusion of bringing up a platform by the name Kenya Global Business Alliance, which we shall be talking about later. But KGBA was born as a result of what we saw in Dubai and how the Kenyans were not really paying attention to business. So, business visibility creates opportunity, exposure creates partnerships, partnerships create growth. Many excellent businesses do not struggle because they lack quality. They struggle because the right people simply don't know they exist. So you're not thriving because someone does not know you exist. So these are the kind of forums that would bring out your visibility to the other stakeholders or the other people. So because when Kenyan businesses succeed, and this is very, very important. So when Kenyan businesses succeed abroad, Kenya succeeds. Can I ask a question? May I? May I? Thank you. So should Kenya's biggest export be products such as coffee only? Or can we export talent, innovation, and ideas? So that's a question and a comment at the same time. Both, right? So we are known for coffee, but can we also be known for innovative ideas and talent? The diaspora has a critical role to play. Many experts point to the role played by South Korea diaspora in supporting South Korea's remarkable economic transformation through investment, knowledge transfer, mentorship, and global markets. Imagine what would happen if the Kenyan diaspora, fully mobilized its collective expertise, influence, capital, and networks. Just imagine if we were to do that in the diaspora. Imagine the businesses created. Imagine the investments unlocked. Imagine the jobs created. And imagine the impact on our community back in Kenya. So the potential is extraordinary. But the potential alone changes nothing. Action changes nations. And therefore, the question becomes, as I come to a conclusion, what more can the government do? What more can institutions do? What more can the private sector do? What more can be done? And what more can we, the diaspora, do? So my hope for today is simple. Very, very simple. My hope for today is that partnerships will be formed, that investments will begin, that conversations will become collaborations, and that introductions will become opportunities, and that everyone leaves this room with at least one meaningful connection capable of creating value. So a year from now, I do not want us to remember this conference because of the speeches. I want us to remember it because businesses were launched, investments were made, jobs were created, partnerships were formed, and lives were changed because we chose to be in this room together today. So with those few and very many remarks, I want to say thank you, and asante sana. God bless you all. I beg your pardon, I did not acknowledge the Deputy Ambassador High Commissioner, Dr. Joseph Waroe. So we have the Deputy High Commissioner with us today as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give at least one more round of very, very warm and strong applause, because that is action in the making. Thank you so much, Maureen. And now that you have officially opened this conversation, allow me to extend my honor to at least put the right words where they're supposed to be. So to His Excellency, the High Commissioner, Kenya to the UK, thank you for making your way here with your delegates from the Commission, Deputy Ambassador, Deputy, the members of the Kenya Democratic Alliance, that's the United Democratic Alliance, the business and the business community that have come in from Kenya. We also have the different representatives of our sponsors who are here in this room and outside, and we want to just say you have made this happen. So thank you ever so much. Now, before we bring His Excellency to come and speak to us, I will call upon Ambassador to come in fact, introduce the ambassador himself. So allow me to call upon Dr. Joseph Warui to come to the podium. But before I do that, allow me to kind of tell you a little bit more about the gentleman that is coming in to the podium. Dr. and Ambassador Joseph Warui is a PhD holder who serves as the Deputy High Commissioner at the Kenya High Commission in London, where he focuses on strengthening UK-Kenya diplomatic, trade, and investment relations. He has played a key role in promoting Kenya as a gateway to the East African markets and particularly in technology, agribusiness, renewable energy, and infrastructure, leveraging the Kenya diaspora in the UK. He has facilitated partnership linking diaspora enterprises with investment opportunities in Kenya, including the launch of the UK-Kenya Diaspora Business Alliance in 2024 that was spoken of by Marie a few seconds ago. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and welcome Ambassador Dr. Joseph Warui, please.
Hello, good morning. Good morning. I say again, good morning. Good morning. Are you happy this day? Yes. Smile a bit. It's a beautiful day when we are marketing our blessed nation of Kenya. So we need to be rejoicing. Allow me first to ride on the protocols. Your Excellency, the High Commissioner, Ambassador Maurice Makolo. Also, I acknowledge the founder and the visionary of this great dream which has connected Kenya to United Kingdom, Madam Mary. Also, our CEO from UDA, Bwana Bore. Our chairman, thank you so much, Sam. And our brother from KEPSA, thank you, Daktari. And every other person, karibuni sana, welcome. His Excellency, allow me to just say a few things because I've worked with Mary since the inception of this vision. I remember the journey started in 2004, and as a mission, we supported her to our level best. Our first mission, the first mission was done in Nairobi, where we saw real deals. We saw people signing deals all the way from UK to Nairobi. Also, the mission was quite successful in 2004 because we had a huge delegation that came from UK, where also it promoted our tourism sector. Remember the people, the friends and the businesses and the people that came all the way. They visited various parts of Kenya, which was a key thing to promote our tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here because of one person. And this person has shared her vision, and this vision is changing the dynamics and the economics of Kenya. Mary, I know it has not been easy, but as you keep on pushing, bringing all these people together, there is a great vision. And as she said during her speech, our prayer is, as we gather in this room, let there be signing. Let there be a great expectation because Kenya is ripe for investment. We know Kenya is a gateway to East Africa. We know Kenya has got many opportunities. We know the government is very keen and is very, at the hands of the government are quite open to support the investors. I know that His Excellency will come and share the opportunities we have here in the UK for Kenyans and for Kenyans in the diaspora and also for our great investors. Kenya is ready for you. The environment is so conducive. We have got vibrant young generation who are ready and keen, and they are doing great. So Kenya is the place to be, and I'm sure by the end of this conference or summit, at least you are going to sign something and say, or even show that kind of interest. And I believe the mission headed by His Excellency, the mission is here to support you. We'll support you in all ways to make sure that the processes we are going to have are so seamless. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me, with those few very many remarks, allow me to invite our High Commissioner, His Excellency Maurice Makolo, to come and address us. Karibu Balozi.
Elvis told us that we are running late. And so allow me to save us a little bit more time by riding on the protocol that is established so that we do not have to repeat. We now know who is in the house. Is that fine? I only had one yes, so is that fine? Very good. Jambo and a very good morning to all of you. Where I come from, the Great Republic of Kenya, we say siku njema huonekana asubuhi, that a good day is seen in the morning. And indeed, it is a good day when we gather on a topic that is of profound importance this morning. It is a good day when we as kinsmen, investors, entrepreneurs, business people, innovators, government, industry, we gather together. It is a good day because it is important that we do that. But it's extremely also important that we begin by congratulating and thanking you, Mary, and through you, the diaspora, for the innovations that you bring in terms of, among others, convening this important forum, and for continued efforts for strengthening the relations, commercial, investment, and of course, people-to-people ties between our two countries. But I must also extend my deepest commendation to all of you who are here, either as investors or as innovators, partners in every sense of the word, because without you, this hall would be empty, and without you, we would not necessarily be talking about creating opportunities or turning them into investment. Friends, 20 days from now, on the 1st of July 2026, we will mark the first anniversary of the strategic partnership signed between His Excellency President William Ruto of Kenya and Right Honorable Sir Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the UK. Thank you. 20 days from now. The London Tech Week, currently underway, has seen some brilliant Kenyan innovators pitching their innovations to venture capitalists in this city. Just about last month, a Kenyan company, Spring Valley Coffee, won the award as the best new coffee shop in London. The theme of this conference, Powering the Next Era of Kenya-UK Trade and Investments, is therefore both timely and forward-looking. It speaks to our collective ambition to deepen economic collaboration on the one hand, and also our agency on the other hand. But ladies and gentlemen, we meet at a time when the global economy is undergoing profound transformation. Technological change is shaping industries, including the famous AI. Climate change, perhaps responsible for London not being able to make up its mind whether it wants to shine or rain, is defining and redefining business models and investment priorities. Demographic shifts, including the fact that Kenya is extremely young, median age of 20, are altering labor markets and consumption patterns. New geopolitical realities are influencing trade flows and supply chains. These are things that you already know. In such an environment, we must rediscover two critical features for relationships: trust and partnerships. Strong and trusted international partnerships become even more important. Collaboration grounded in mutual respect, shared interests, and common aspirations is essential not only for addressing global challenges, but also for harnessing emerging opportunities. The long-standing relationship between Kenya and the UK stands as a testament to the value of such partnerships. As we look ahead, there remains considerable scope to deepen our engagement in trade, investment, innovation, technology, skills development, green growth, and sustainable development. We must not only strengthen our cooperation, we must adapt to enhance our competitiveness in shaping the future. And central to that future is innovation. Innovation has become one of the defining drivers of economic competitiveness in the 21st century. Countries that invest in knowledge, technology, entrepreneurship, and research are increasingly the ones shaping the future of global commerce. I am pleased to note that Kenya continues to distinguish itself as one of Africa's leading innovation ecosystems. According to the World Intellectual Property Organization's Global Innovation Index, Kenya remains among the continent's top innovation performers in areas such as ICT services exports, where it is ranked 19th globally. So, Mary, your answer, the question to your answer is here. It's not just goods, and it's not just a wish. We're already doing it, but we must and can do better. We are ranking very well in venture capital activity and knowledge creation. Kenya also polls 6th in Africa in artificial intelligence readiness. Kenya's globally recognized digital ecosystem, often referred to as the Silicon Savannah, has produced transformative innovations, such as, of course, what we know, you have some of it in your phones, mobile money, and continues to attract significant international investment in technology, fintech, artificial intelligence, agri-tech, and green energy solutions. These achievements reflect the creativity and determination. And talking about determination, you show it here by making this the 4th, which means that it was not just a flash in the pan. But that determination of Kenyan entrepreneurs, researchers, and young innovators is one to be lauded. These achievements also reinforce our belief as a government that the next chapter of Kenya-UK relations must increasingly be driven not only by trade and investment, Mary, but also by innovation partnerships, technology transfer, research collaboration, and commercialization of ideas. Ladies and gentlemen, the UK remains one of Kenya's most important trading and investment partners. The Kenya-UK Economic Partnership Agreement, probably the only one that the UK has, continues to provide a stable, predictable, and rules-based framework for trade between our two countries. Through this agreement, Kenyan products continue to enjoy duty-free and quota-free access to the UK market, helping our exporters maintain competitiveness and expand their marketplace. And I know Dr. Jackson will probably add on to this from KEPSA. And the numbers tell the story of the enduring strength of this partnership. In 2024, total trade between Kenya and the UK reached approximately 2.1 billion sterling. Trade in goods amounted to approximately 621 million sterling, with Kenya exporting products worth 354 million sterling to the UK and the UK importing goods worth 267 million. In other words, Kenya has a trade surplus with the UK. But here is the important thing. If you look at those figures, our trade in services is actually higher than our trade in goods. Yes, tea, coffee, flowers, and fresh produce continue to perform strongly and remain highly valued by British consumers. And I hope when we take the tea and coffee break, it is Kenyan tea and Kenyan coffee break. These sectors remain important pillars of our bilateral trade relationship. Yet our ambition extends far beyond maintaining existing trade flows. Our objective is to strengthen and enhance trade in goods by expanding both the geographical footprint and the product diversity of Kenya-UK trade. We have what we have been doing. But if we are to double the trade figures, we must extend beyond the geographies we've been covering. We must expand the product portfolio. And of course, we must increase the per capita income for every product that we sell. We see tremendous opportunities to expand our commercial engagement beyond traditional markets into the regions. And I think I've talked about that. We must go into Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, and the islands where new consumer markets begin to show up. Similarly, we seek to broaden the range of products entering the UK market. Beyond our traditional exports, Kenya is increasingly exporting processed foods, textiles and apparel, manufactured products, specialty agricultural products, including specialty teas, and other value-added goods. This diversification is aligned with Kenya's broader industrialization agenda and our determination to move up value chains by increasing value addition, enhancing competitiveness, and creating jobs at home. To support this transformation, the government of Kenya is implementing reforms aimed at improving the business environment. You may be aware, for example, that packaging materials are zero-rated. And a lot of companies that are actually exporting things from Kenya or even beyond are doing a lot of their packaging in Kenya because of some of these reforms. So these are enhancing to strengthen export support systems, enhancing productivity and attracting investment into strategic sectors. These efforts, as I've said, are reinforced by the Kenya-UK strategic framework, strategic partnership, 2025-2030, which provides a comprehensive framework for deepening our cooperation in, among others, trade and investment, science, technology and innovation, climate change, climate action, and sustainable development. Now, while trade in goods remains important, the future growth of our bilateral economic relationship will increasingly depend on our ability to expand trade in services. It's already higher, but we must be able to still expand it. The global economy, as we know, is becoming more digital, more interconnected, and increasingly knowledge-driven. Services now account for a growing share of global trade and economic value creation. This presents significant opportunities for both Kenya and the UK. And if we are to significantly increase our trade volumes in the years ahead, we must evolve and adapt to these changing realities. This evolution and adaptation means strengthening digital connectivity, and that is why about a week ago, you may have seen our CS in charge of ICT did actually host my counterpart, Ambassador High Commissioner Matt Bohr, and talked about how we need to even enhance the reach of our internet connectivity and basically our infrastructure on that. We have an AI strategy that is talking even about our AI sovereignty and all the things that are needed. Facilitating skills mobility, encouraging business partnerships, promoting regulatory cooperation, and creating pathways that allow our firms to participate more effectively in cross-border service trade. And when we talk about our firms, it means going both ways. UK firms going to Kenya and investing there, but Kenyan firms doing the same, arriving here and thriving. And of course, we hope that we can begin to see more Kenyan firms even being listed in the London Stock Exchange. Because Kenya possesses a youthful, highly educated, innovative, and English-speaking workforce. We have established strengths in financial technology, this is a fact, digital innovation, another fact, professional services, education, tourism, business processing, outsourcing, healthcare, engineering, and the creative economy. And if you look at even how much money is now getting into the country through creative economy, you will know what I'm talking about. As we pursue these opportunities, recent development around the world remind us of another important lesson, my dear friends. Resilience matters. Whether we consider the disruptions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, the attendant supply chain interruptions, geopolitical tensions, including the current conflict involving Iran and its wider implications for energy markets and global trade routes, one message emerges clearly. Resilience can no longer be an optional objective. It is now a strategic necessity. The strongest economies are those that diversify. Diversification of markets, diversification of products, diversification of investment sources, diversification of supply chains. For Kenya and the UK, this reality creates an opportunity to build an even stronger partnership, one that is broader, more innovative, and more resilient to external shocks. By expanding cooperation across multiple sectors, strengthening innovation ecosystems that we are even doing now through the London Tech Week, increasing trade in both goods and services, and fostering deeper investment linkages, we can ensure that our economic relationship continues to grow regardless of global uncertainties. So friends, the challenge, as Mary said, interestingly, the challenge before us is not a lack of opportunity. Rather, it is how we effectively identify, connect, and convert these opportunities into tangible outcomes for our people. Kenya remains a gateway to East Africa and indeed the wider continent, including the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which, as we know, represents one of the largest emerging markets. The UK remains a valued partner in Kenya's transformation journey. Together, we have an opportunity not merely to increase trade figures, but to shape a modern economic partnership fit for the 21st century that is innovative, diversified, resilient, and inclusive. A partnership that connects entrepreneurs with investors, researchers with industry, innovators with markets, and ideas with opportunity. I therefore encourage, as I end, I encourage businesses, investors, and institutions from both our countries to take full advantage of the opportunities presented by the Economic Partnership Agreement and the Strategic Partnership to explore new sectors of cooperation and build partnerships that transform shared ambition into shared prosperity. In the government of Kenya, you will find a ready and willing partner and interlocutor. May the next 3 days be more than a conversation. May they lead to new and strengthened partnerships. May our being here ensure that tomorrow is better for our people than today. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that is none other than His Excellency Maurice Makalu. Let's give him a well-rounded round of applause, please. Thank you. And I think the takeaway from this is that Kenya is not waiting to be discovered. Kenya is looking at you for partnership, active partnership. Thank you ever so much, Your Excellency. Now, I'm going to make a plea with you that if you could give me at least 15 minutes before you go for your break, just 15 minutes, that would be great, so that I can welcome 2 more speakers, and then you will have at least a 10 minutes break. But before I introduce my speakers, let me check something out. I'm sure some of you woke up this morning, and rightly so, came in to do business for investment. And also, some of you came in knowing that you're going to network. But I'm going to be very, very honest. I'm sure someone in here came in because mom called you in the morning, or 3 times this week, I may say, and said, what are you actually doing with your money? Go and invest it. There's only one place, Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, whatever that ambition is, whatever your valid points are for you to be here today, we welcome you. All those are valid. So allow me to introduce my next speaker, and that is none other than, sorry, bear with me 1 second. I've got a list of lists that I have to navigate through. Bear with me. Sorry. Right. My next speaker is a bridge between the state and the private sector, the public and the private sector. And he is currently the head of an organization called KEPSA, that is Kenya Private Sector Alliance. Dr. Jackson Koimburi. Now, Dr. Jackson is quite busy. I've actually looked at the bio. It's excellent. It's impressive. Now, he's an agro-climatologist, climate finance expert with over 12 years of experience in climate change green economy, carbon markets, smart agriculture, and renewable energy. He is head of the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, and also serving as a senior counselor in the economy and climate change within the Kenya private sector. Now, I'm not going to go through all the details on the profile because of time. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and welcome Dr. Jackson to come and give us a word or two. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If you forget to say head of KEPSA and then you put consult, I might be fired. Eh? So I'm the head of KEPSA Consult, which is the research arm of KEPSA, and then also I double up as the senior circular economy and climate change coordinator. Thank you so much, and without taking much time, because I would like to make it short and clear, because the new currency for businessmen and women is time. Time is money. So I think that is the slogan I usually come with from KEPSA. As it has been said rightfully, my name is Dr. Jackson Koimbori. I work with KEPSA. KEPSA is the apex body of the private sector. We were formed way back in 2003 as a gazette notice by the president, the late president, Mwai Kibaki, because there were so many businesses in Kenya. So the main view was, how do we have one unified voice as opposed to be having so many voices right and left? And voices, I mean, when you go to lobby to the president and to the government, the current government, there's an issue when you have different voices. So we ended up forming that alliance. We have over 2 million members. I had a PowerPoint on that. I don't think we need it now. We have over 2 million members. The 2 million members that we have are spread across various sectors, from environment, energy, ICT, energy and extractives, to finance, just name it. Agriculture, they're there. So we try to mirror the government. If the government has, let's say, 15 or 20 ministries, we try to mirror that with similar sector bodies within KEPSA. Apart from the 2 million members we have who are direct and indirect members, we have 80 business member organizations. Here I'm talking about BMOs. These are organizations that have their own members. An example is Kenya Association of Manufacturers, that is well known. That has members of itself who are also members of KEPSA. We have Kenya Bankers Association and ISPAC, the accountancy arm, that is the BMO of it, and so many others. So we have all these sectors also within our body. And that gives us that unifying and convening power that is very key for investors who are in the house, who are looking into how do we penetrate the Kenyan market in a much more easier way. And I'll make it easy for you. So standing on the protocols that have been established earlier, I would wish to go straight to my key question, because we have talked about tea, we have talked about weather. And my question is, what if the next great success story in the global trade, that is green investment and sustainable economic growth, is not being written in the traditional markets of the world, but through a renewed partnership between Kenya and United Kingdom? And that is what we are looking at. As opposed to Kenya being known for tea and London coincidentally being known for weather, let's see what else can we bring on the table. Just to veer off a little bit, it's my first time in London. I've traveled, but my first time in London. Being in London, I had a time with Mary, and thank you so much. You were able to raise that. Today's meeting, we need to go beyond beautiful speeches. I've written a very beautiful speech. I don't know what will happen with that. You say today, let's move away from beautiful speeches. We need to remember this event by the business deals we make, how many there are. But sadly, I've made a very beautiful speech. So this one came after you didn't inform me before. So the weather in London is very, very different. I have complained right and left. And in terms of cost, especially for Ubers and taxis, I don't know what's happening here. You can spend over 10,000 Kenya shillings in a single day, just move it around. So I'm happy that we have now e-commerce and many other platforms to do trading, so we don't need to be using Ubers and the rest. And that's why we have this meeting, so that we can make it cheaper and easier for our businessmen and women, in both countries, to trade. We have a direct flight, which is coincidentally very, very good. I'm used to joining so many flights, so this is one. So it means business and trade can thrive. Already there is that infrastructure. So to just continue to say that it's a great honor and privilege to address this distinguished gathering in the Kenya-UK Global Mission 2026. I would like to commend especially the Connect Integrated Company Limited, UK, the Kenya High Commission in London, and our partners, sponsors, and all stakeholders for convening this wonderful event. So before I continue, as I said, you very well know who KEPSA is. But today we meet at a defining moment. In a global economic history, across the world, supply chains are being restructured, and sustainability has become a strategic business priority. In essence, technology is reshaping industries. I just had a conversation with one colleague here who is doing something within the fintech and also within the health sector. And I wish we can have a discussion with them just to see how we can have this kind of collaboration. In this changing landscape, Kenya and the UK have a unique opportunity to elevate their relationship beyond trade and position themselves as partners in innovation, sustainable growth, and long-term prosperity. The reason why I'm talking more on sustainability is because as much as my background is more or less on issues to do with sustainability, I believe that's where we're moving towards. Currently, we saw that Kenya has set good standards by having the carbon registry, which is up and running, because that's also a space where traders are looking into. How do we go into the carbon market space? The carbon registry of one of its own around in Africa, we have it. Already in that same breath, Kenya has made huge strides, especially in the renewable energy space. We are currently looking at 90% energy mix, which is renewable energy, with a target of 100% by 2030. That means that already the energy mix on our end is very, very good. And right now, with the world moving to a phase whereby every product must have a green certification to show that what energy source did you use to produce your products, having an energy mix of 90% and above. As His Excellency has said rightfully, people are looking into Kenya as manufacturing areas and bringing their products here, because those products will have the green certification, because the footprint of greenhouse gases in terms of what has been used to produce that product can be actually measured and say that it was green energy. So already we have that laid out for you. So beyond economic growth figures, Kenya's greatest strength lies in strategic location and market connectivity. Kenya serves as a gateway to East Africa and provides investors with access to regional and continental markets through the East African Community, COMESA, and the African Continental Free Trade Area. These frameworks provide access to over 1.4 billion consumers and a combined GDP exceeding 3.4 trillion USD. For UK, businesses seeking expansion into Africa, Kenya offers a high strategic entry point into one of the world's fastest growing regions. The Kenya United Kingdom relationship is entering a new phase. We are moving from traditional development, cooperation towards economic co-investment, innovation partnerships, technology transfer, and industry collaboration. And as I said rightfully earlier, Kenya is uniquely positioned to lead this change. With more than 90% of our electricity, as I said earlier, being renewable, Kenya sits at a very unique place within the green energy economies. The circular economy presents an even greater opportunity across Kenya. Businesses and increasingly embracing waste-to-value solutions. I'm almost winding up. So in essence, the waste sector has been very key. If you're looking into the waste sector, has been very key. In Kenya and even Africa generally, the biggest problem you're having is waste. From waste segregation, from waste recycling, that has been a biggest issue. And as I was walking to this venue from the hotel, if I'm not wrong, I was able to see something with smoke going up. The design from it was so beautiful from outside. I've not visited it, but because I was in Denmark some while back and in Netherlands, and I saw something similar to that, so my thinking was this must be an incinerator for waste, something like that. So that one tells you that that is something that Kenya is looking into. Waste is the biggest problem for us. And if we're able to get cutting-edge technologies like this that can be able to convert waste into renewable energy and even into heating the houses, that's a plus for us. Remember, this waste has a lot of impacts. I won't go into it, but those are things that I'm hoping to see we take back. So in short, ladies and gentlemen, no discussion about Kenya-UK trade investment would be complete without recognizing the immense contribution of the Kenya diaspora. I think there were some statistics that were made recently, how much money or remittances are coming from the global north to Kenya, which are huge. But where is that money coming to do in Kenya? Are you just taking it back and putting it in fixed accounts so that when you come back after 20 or 30 years hiatus here, you'll come and find it in the bank? No. We're giving you an avenue to save it and to invest in it. So here we are saying that the diaspora community in the United Kingdom represents one of our nation's most valuable strategic assets. Beyond remittances, the diaspora provides expertise, it has been mentioned, networks, innovation, entrepreneurship, and investment capital. The diaspora understands both markets and is uniquely positioned to facilitate trade and investment. So in short, allow me to conclude, I'm just jumping through these graphs because of time also. Allow me to conclude with 5 calls to action. Number 1, first I invite the UK investors to view Kenya not simply as a destination, but as Africa's gateway to over 1.2 to 1.4 billion consumers. Second, I encourage businesses to pursue joint ventures and partnership that support value addition, industrialization, and local manufacturing. Thirdly, let us accelerate investment in climate-smart infrastructure, renewable energy, and circular economy solutions. Fourthly, let us leverage innovation, technology transfer, and knowledge sharing to build global competitive industries. Right now, with the issues of Internet of Things, that's where we are moving. We are looking into e-commerce. We are no longer doing business as usual. We want to reduce the scope 3 greenhouse gases emissions. That's where we can only embrace the e-commerce value way of operating to ensure that we also abide to some of these national treaties. Finally, let us fully harness the power of the Kenyan diaspora as a bridge connecting investment opportunities, expertise, and partnerships between Kenya and the United Kingdom. Let me stop there by saying, together let us power the next era of Kenya-UK trade investment. Thank you so much. God bless you, and also to our shared partnership. Thank you so much.
Dr. Jackson?
Oh, thank you so much. Asante.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And a round of applause, please. That was so not hard anywhere. Thank you very much. Thank you, Doctor. I think you've been called to action, and you're seeing that the tools are here with us. The people that will do the connections, the people that will make it happen are all in the room. Now, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, our time is far gone. But we will do our best to ensure that you are not going to be cheated with what you're already prepared to come and take away from here. Objectives remain, and as the Kenya-UK global, yes, the Kenya-UK global mission remains a bigger chapter that we are writing today. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome our next speaker. And that is none other than Samuel Mwanje, who is the Director Planning, Events and Logistics, United Democratic Alliance of Kenya. Now, because of time, I will not go through the profile. So ladies and gentlemen, let's just give him a warm welcome to the stage as he delivers Samuel. Thank you so much.
Asante. Good morning, everyone. We are good? Asante, asante. You see, Mary, you got us off guard. We prepared speeches, but now I have to deal with it. I think this one I have to give you as a souvenir before I leave. But all is good, and we are happy to be here. And thank you very much for the organizers of this great opportunity for us to say that it is doable. Our business here is very simple. It's actually not to even to read speeches, but I'm just thinking through, these are business leaders, these are investors, these are people who have come here with a lot of thinking in their mind. And out of it, I ask myself, if I was the one looking at the people here, and they're asking, what do I go home with after this? What sacrifices did I make today for my business that I had to come here? So after all this, what is the intention? And having thought about through this, I represent an organization that holds the manual for running the government of Kenya. And today, I am also privileged to have someone who will delve so much into it. So just to show you the intent that yes, it is doable, and yes, we are ready to make sure that the business thrives in Kenya, that the climate for investment in Kenya as it is today is being done with a clear intention. And to prove this, like just thinking through few days ago, actually in this month, the office of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, actually on Monday last week, engaged in a very good opportunity that is actually geared towards business aspect environment in Kenya, just to show the intent that yes, what we promised, we are doing it. That yes, there is an opportunity to come and invest in the country. And yes, it's not just about the tea and the coffee. And yes, there is more to it. I'll put this way. On Monday last week, the office of the Deputy President of Kenya actually had a great meeting with the trade councillors in a dialogue. These are the European Union trade councillors, for a very specific meeting of advancing the investment agenda in the country. The intention was of this one was, number one, to make sure that we have credible feedback. We can be able to show that out of the business leaders that are there within the European Union and the country called Kenya, that the intention to make sure that what you have put across as your coin is able to be able to give back to the next coin, and you do not have to go back and just feeling, I did the wrong thing coming to Kenya. Number two, just to show the intent, because I just prepared two things to show that there is a clear intention. Under the presidency, again within this month of June, this has been a very good month to the business investors in our country, that in line with the government's effort to strengthen the business environment, the office of the president, that was done by the deputy president, witnessed and actually did the launch of the foreign investors position paper that was signed by 9 foreign business associations. This was done in this month of June. What was the idea? Again, the intent. So what is my take home today? That out of this conference, that as an investor, that as a business leader, I can go back home and say, can I be able to go and invest in a country called Kenya? Yes, it is doable. Is there a climate that can be able to allow the weather, now the Kenyan weather, not the London weather, that the climate can allow the growth of that? What are the parameters that I can be able to measure with that I did the right thing, that I got to a fertile ground for my business in a country called Kenya? We will dwell in that in the next phase. That is why we say today is not about speeches. We want to dwell in, more on that in the panel session, and we discuss each and every bit of it, so that we let ourselves go into it. I'll not have a lot of things to say today until we do in the next time. So thank you so much, and I will be, okay. Thank you so much, our team. Let's meet in the next panel session so that we can now get into the real deal of how do we improve our businesses. Asante sana.
That is Sami. Thank you very much, Samu. A round of applause again, please. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you ever so much. Now, yes, Sami has already kind of given us a precursor that there is a panel discussion that's going to happen. And we pray that each and every one of you gathered in here is going to be a conversation. We are going to have a conversation. So that means, please be involved when the panel session starts. Now, before we go into the panel session as we prepare, if you want to use a comfort break of about 5 minutes, this will be the time, just about 5 minutes. So The toilets, if you walk out onto the right-hand side, and then you'll see it by the signs. Okay, so, out left-hand side, and the signs will lead you to it. So we prepare, so comfort break of about 5 minutes, and then we'll see you back in the... And that is none other than Nicodemus Bore. Thank you. Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to ask the MC where you had kept the mandazis and the chapatis. Because out there, unless you call the biscuits chapatis. Yeah. God is good. And all the time. Thank you very much, the host, Madam Mary, the High Commissioner of the Republic of Kenya, Ambassador Maurice Makolo, his Deputy Ambassador Warui, our gracious host, Miss Mary Njonjo, Koimbori, I saw Koimbori somewhere, representing KEPSA, distinguished business leaders, development partners, members of the Kenyan diaspora, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a great honor to join you today at this important forum to welcome you on behalf of the United Democratic Alliance. United Democratic Alliance is the Labour Party of Kenya. Chama Tawala. For those who have been here for long, maybe you still remember KANU. Do you remember KANU? Yes. Or you were born in the 92s, 93s, or 2001s. And then there was other parties. Then the last one was Jubilee. Now, UDA. The fact that I am standing here is testament enough that we are offering stability as a country. One of the most important aspects of any business is predictability and stability of a country. We'll be here today. We'll be here next year. We'll be here in 2032. We will be here in 2042. So we are predictable, and we are stable, and we are welcoming you to invest in our country. I hope you understand the message. Yani hapa ni two-term. And then long-term. Today's economic growth is driven by collaboration, governments, business investors, and diaspora communities who must work together to unlock new opportunities for trade innovation and sustainable development. As our host has rightly put, that we are powering the next era of Kenya-UK trade and investment. The government of Kenya recognizes the diaspora as more than remittance senders. They are also investors, innovators, professionals, and ambassadors whose expertise and capital can accelerate national transformation. We are committed to creating an enabling environment that supports diaspora investment and protects business interests. Yesterday I had a chance to visit KIU University, and one of the professors in that KIU University whom I've seen around here, Professor Langat, is leading some kind of an innovation. And one of the rooms we went into was, there were two scientists who are looking at the opportunity for some products to be put into the market so that they can be declared safe for the consumers of this country. And that's an opportunity for Kenyan products, because there is one of ours in that sector who can confirm that our products are good enough to be consumed by the British and the UK citizens. So I thought that was a good opportunity for the Kenyan products to land in the UK market. To our partners from the UK, I bring a simple message that Africa is an opportunity, and as our president keeps on saying, Kenya is the gateway to that opportunity. With its strategic location, skilled workforce, expanding infrastructure, and vibrant private sector, Kenya offers an ideal platform for investment and access to regional markets. We invite investors to explore opportunities in agriculture, manufacturing, renewable energy, digital technology, infrastructure, healthcare, tourism, housing, and creative economy. Our goal is to build partnerships that create jobs, transfer knowledge, and generate shared prosperity. To our brothers and sisters who are here, and also from the diaspora, your experience, networks, and entrepreneurship are invaluable. We encourage you to look beyond remittances and become active partners in enterprise development, innovation, and long-term investment in Kenya's future. As we participate in this forum, business matchmaking sessions and network engagements over the coming days, let us focus on building lasting relationships founded on trust, innovation, and mutual benefit. The UDA and the Government of Kenya remain committed to fostering a transparent, predictable, and investor-friendly environment where businesses can thrive and partnerships can flourish. And I also want to remind Kenyans and the citizens of the UK that Kenyans, as our ambassador has kept on reminding us, are resilient people. We had the World Marathon Championships here, and one of our Kenyans broke the record. He came, he saw the weather, he became resilient and broke the record here, and led 3 other African countries to run their sub-2, including our ambassador, who was celebrating at the end of it all after running 42 kilometers. So our Kenyans are resilient people. They are innovative and they are go-getters. So we, as the country where resilient people come from, encourage our investors to visit our country. Nairobi is a gateway to Africa, as I've said. We have all what you need to run a thriving business in Kenya. It's a safe environment. Our skilled labor and educated citizens can be able to help you run your business. And one thing that is very clear about the Kenyan people, that they are trustworthy in terms of business. They look forward to having you around, and they make sure your business thrives so that they can thrive from it. So on behalf of the United Democratic Alliance, we wish to invite all of you to Kenya. Just pay a visit, either as a tourist or as an investor. Look at what you can do. We have removed all the bottlenecks. And one of the things that our president did when he landed into power was to remove visas from all African countries. So everybody who is, as long as you're an African, you come to Kenya for free. And I'm sure it has gone beyond only African countries, but many other European and global countries that we partner with in business. So thank you very much. And Mary, this is a good gesture. And as Kenya, we are proud of you. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you. Round of applause for the politician, please. Thank you. Like they say, when a politician stands up and speaks about politics and investment at the same time, and you see the room is still full without some people not leaving, you know that has been delivered powerfully. So we just want to say a wonderful, wonderful thank you to Nicodemus Bore for that very, very reassuring posture picture that you've given to all the investors who are ready and willing to invest in the country, Kenya. Let's give him another round of applause, please. Thank you. Now, I'm going to welcome my panelists to the podium. So allow me to set my panelists forward so that they can come in and take their seat. Bear with me. The silence is part of the structure, so please bear with me. It's just part of the day. Thank you. Fantastic. Oh yes, DJ, you're doing what needs to be done at the right time. Thank you. Okay, I will welcome my first panelist, and that is none other than His Excellency, the High Commissioner, Maurice Makolo. If you could please take your seat. And I'll also welcome my next panelist, who would be none other than, thank you may give him at least a warm round of applause as he walks in, please. Please, you may be seated. And I will welcome Nicodemus Bori, please. Sam Mwanjing. Mr. David, I'm not too sure if Mr. David is here with us now. Mr. David Mwanjing. Dr. Jackson Koimbori. And I think we still have one more seat, and that will be taken by Caroline Waroi. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm having a bit of a network issue. Bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. And this is something that should not be happening at this very point, because I have all my questions set and my panelists are waiting. Sorry about that. Right. Okay, fantastic. Okay, cool. Thank you very much. Right. My panelists, I'm sure you're ready to impart the knowledge, the direction that this wonderful delegates and audience are well and waiting for. Now, I will start my question directly with His Excellency. Now, speaking strategically about the partnership that was signed between Kenya and the UK. Now, specifically on that partnership, I do understand that it's running up until 2030. If you may look around in this room, are you able to let us know where exactly can these people in this room benefit from the partnership?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can you?
Sorry, think we can. Okay, cool.
You can.
There are people on the other side, so
Check.
Thank you very much. So, as I had earlier said, there were two frameworks that I made reference to. The first framework is the UK-Kenya Economic Partnership Agreement that was signed in this city on the 8th of December 2020. Then we have the Kenya-UK Strategic Partnership. Now, if you look at those signed on the 1st of July 2025, so there are two things there. One, you see that they straddle two administrations, 2020 and 2025. So there is a level of continuity. But so what this particular 2025 strategic partnership is doing already is giving much more structured engagement. For example, in January this year, we had the Kenya-UK Business Forum in Kenya that brought together Kenyan businesses and UK businesses as a way of strengthening those partnerships and as a way of ironing out different, whatever there may be wrinkles. Out of this new partnership, we have unlocked certain VAT refunds, for example, for companies like Flamingo, and we are continuing to work on others that have been plowed back into expansions because we are ensuring that this is something that is working for people. There is also the Kenya International Investment Conference that took place in Nairobi in March that again had a lot of opportunities for investment, including for Kenyan businesses and UK businesses. So what I'm saying is this partnership agreement is about creating several opportunities for the investments, whether it is in green growth, and that's the other thing that it has done, creating priority areas and sharpening on those priority areas. So there are 4 themes. One of those is trade, investment, and green growth. These are areas that is a priority. Earth and environment, because as a country that is leading on climate action, we want to make sure that we are voting with our actions, not just with words. And the third, I won't talk about the safety and security, but the third is science and innovation. So all these are opportunities, and that is why this week we have brought young innovators to pair them with venture capitalists so that we are making progress. So the opportunities are there for all of us. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. So you've mentioned those 4 specific areas, but let me fire the next question to the private sector, KEPSA. Now, the Kenya Private Sector Alliance sits right at the intersection of business and government. Now, you hear from both sides, and so you can tell us plainly, in your own words, what policy reforms, whether on taxation, licensing, or bilateral trade agreements, does the private sector consider most urgent right now for making Kenya genuinely easy place to work?
Yeah, thank you so much for that. Pegging on that question on matters policy, private sector were very strong on policies. Without policies, the business environment will not be conducive. Speaking of just as outward-looking policies that we might look into, we recently had the CBAM, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, which is a regulation that was passed by EU and global north countries in terms of ensuring that products that come from Kenya, Africa specifically, Africa, these products have the green certification. So that makes it our products, either, if we don't confine to the changing times, less competitive in the global market. Okay. People are now becoming more, what do you call it, environmentally conscious. When they're going to the supermarket, it's not like business as usual. They look at the products which are being sold out and looking at how safe were these products made, what energy source was used in it. So the CBAM, that is the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, is one thing that has been put in enforcement from 2026 in January, so it's already in effect. So that is something that we're looking at as a game changer. The other one is the issue around the Type C chargers. I think this is something within the Communication Authority of Kenya, they mentioned this, whereby in Europe, the ban, or in the global north, it was enforced in 2024, where the Type C chargers, they had put a ban on Type A and B chargers. In 2026, this year, in August, they are planning to put a ban in the global north on laptop chargers, that only they should have Type C chargers. So in Kenya, the 2024 initiative that was put in Europe is catching up with Kenya. I think it was put in enforcement as from March, yes, whereby Type A and B chargers are not supposed to have entry in Kenya. What does that mean for the businesses? In an environmental perspective, it's positive, because one thing, it shows that we are moving towards a sustainability conscious environment. That's why we want to have Type C chargers, so that we reduce e-waste, because most of the people in Kenya, not in Europe maybe, you end up having 3 or 5 chargers with you. For the phone one, maybe if you have 2 phones, those are 2 chargers. If you have a laptop, that's a 3rd one. And I'm very sure one of the waste products you have in your house are those chargers lying around. So when you have Type C chargers, it means you just need one charger to charge your laptop, to charge your phone. There will be no that division between guys with iPhone, I don't know why, iPhone and the rest. Even iPhones will be using Type C chargers. So in terms of policies, we don't want to fight the policies. What we usually look into is what are some of these underlying opportunities for us within these policies that we have to change with the changing time. Yes. The chargers is one of them. The CBAM is another one. But also we are looking into the UK and others to enforce, and Kenya maybe to create more bilateral engagements like the one we saw with China, where we had the 0 rating for some of these products moving away from Kenya to China and the rest. So we are hoping to see this being expanded to other products, because as it is right now, the movement of products either from Kenya or from the global north to Kenya or outward is a big issue when it comes to the taxation and the rest. So if there is those incentives that can be given to businessmen, tax breaks, all these exporting incentives, then it's an encouraging note to our end. Thank you so much.
Oh, that's fantastic. Round of applause for that, please, because at the end of the day, it is about making simplicity, consistency across. And so those standards would be, I solidly welcome for every investor who would want to jump into the environment, the business environment in Kenya. Now, if I may rewind that slightly, only that I'm not going to give you a follow-on question, which will come in later. Let's speak directly to the politicians in the room. Because they are. Yes, please. That is Nicodemus, please. Thank you. Now, looking at UDA, I think UDA has the most effective slogan that I've heard of any political party, which is, a job is a job. Kali ni kali. So a job, kazi ni kazi. A job is a job. It doesn't matter for as long as it's legitimate. If you're wheeling a wheelbarrow or doing whatever sort of work that you're doing, for as long as it sustains you, brings something into your pocket, that is exactly what you stand for, from the bottom upwards. Now, my question to you is this. Now, we have seen over time that political stability and governance credibility are consistently the number of concern, most especially when investing in Africa, and particularly, the eastern and the southern part of the world. So when investors raise concerns about emerging markets and political instability or credibility, from where you sit, what assurances can you give this audience that Kenya's governance environment is stable, is open, and truly investor ready? And what structural commitment is UAD committed to administratively, and one that the government is standing behind?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The last question has UAD, but it is supposed to be UDA.
UDA, sorry,
Yes.
UDA. Fantastic, thank you.
First of all, as we as government has worked very hard to bring stability to the environment of business in Kenya by trying to separate politics, governance, and business. Many a times in the elections that have been there before, business people used to suffer, and therefore the cycle of business was 4 years for every businessman and woman. You come in at the election year, like next year is 2027, you don't invest in 2027, you wait until 2028 to confirm whether there will be stability in that country. And the country so far has put in measure very stringent and tough rules and regulations that politicians must follow, so that business people might not suffer because of our politics. One of the things is that we've become law-abiding country, that we follow what the law says, we follow what the court says, we follow what the constitution says in terms of accepting to lose and the losers accepting the winners. That has happened in the subsequent years, 2017, where we even had an election thrown out by the courts, but there were no skirmishes. In 2022, same happened. We believe this will happen in 2027 and the coming years, that elections will not be determined in the courts, I mean, it will not be determined in the streets, but will be determined in the ballot boxes and in the courts. So our businesses will not be affected. You will also note that during elections, we have only 1 day for elections. We allow the rest of the days the business to run as usual so that we don't lose time during the election. So we only have 1 day for the elections. The next day, people go to work like normal business. Thirdly, we have put in place incentives for our businessmen. We have made our country investor friendly. We have reforms that the government has put in place by streamlining regulations, simplifying licensing processes, and digitizing government services. For those who have been in Kenya of late, we have over 25,000 government businesses that have been digitized. Previously, these processes of getting licenses used to take so long because of the human touch in between. But nowadays, once you, for example, passports, nowadays it takes 3 to 4 days to get a passport. Previously, for those who took our passports, I'm sure even Ambassador, we took like a month or 3 months to get a passport because there was human interaction in between. But nowadays, you just pay, you wait for the next step, you go for your biometrics. In 3 or 4 days, you get your passport. So are licenses of businesses. We don't allow human touch in between because they create avenues for corruption. Payments are done through digital systems. So once you pay, you get your receipt directly from that. And this has increased the revenue even for our country. Kenya, being a strategic location, as we have said, offers an opportunity for all our businessmen and women to do business. We also have an open investment climate, meaning that the country supports foreign investments with policies that facilitate business establishment and provides mechanism for repatriation of profits. Once you make profits in Kenya, there is a channel for repatriating the same profits back to your country. safely. We also have what we call special economic zones. The special economic zones are areas where people can invest through. It promotes exports and imports and manufacturing and also value addition of our products. So those are some of the opportunities that we have given and some of the assurance that we have as a country. When Ambassador talked about the strategic partnerships and the thing that UK and Kenya had, there is also the security aspect of it. So we also, as a country, are investing so much on security so that our people feel safe on whatever you are doing in your country. So thank you very much.
Oh, that is fantastic. Thank you. Thank you very much. CEO, 100 applause. Yes. Security assured, consistency assured, policy and the government backing, I think, and then that thing that you mentioned about passports. When a passport takes too long to come through, you lose track of whether you actually want to use that money in the country or not. So thank you for reducing the time, Your Excellency, to, did you say 3 days? Yes. We hold you to that. 3 days, my friends. Just 3 days. Fantastic. Still on the political side, moving on to Sami, before Caroline comes on. Now, I think you described Kenya earlier as a gateway to East Africa's 3 million consumer market. Now, this is a very compelling statement. I think it came from one of you, both of you. Yeah. Very compelling statement that, a gateway. But remember, a gateway also has doors, and those doors still need to be unlocked. Now, for a UK business person in this room or someone who is watching online, if they're considering a genuine entry into the country, what does the realistic 12 months of them making that decision and jumping into the country to invest look like? The 12 months.
Great. Now, that's it's a good question. I'll answer it in 2 ways. Number one, continue from what AD has spoken from. In the aspect of doing business in Kenya, if you go back to the latest World Bank report on index, which is now the ease of doing business, you'll see where Kenya has been ranked. And previously, we were at number 89, and as it is now, Kenya stands at number 56 globally. So if you were to go back and read what are the indexes, and to put it even to more perspective, it's actually in the same report, it classifies Kenya as number 4 in Africa. Of course, just coming from Mauritius, Morocco, and Rwanda. That is number 4. What does it say? That for you, in the ease of doing business report, it gives different parameters of what does one go through before your business is really set up and it takes off in the country. Number 2, initially, if, for example, you are to set up a business in Nairobi, I would be honest that you would have about 9 licenses. There's fire license. For example, if you want to set up a restaurant, I'll give you an example. You would be able to do about 9 licenses. You would be able to do fire license, health license, you have to do something for insurance, all of them, they're about 9. But because of the current aspect of Kenya trying to make it as a gateway, as a door, that you come in, it is easier to come in here. We have made one on something called the Unified Business License, and it is just only one. So instead of jumping from all the offices, for example, in Nairobi, you have to go to the Nairobi County, because that's the landlord of the city. Now you have to get the fire license there, you have to get the business permit license there, and then you have to go to the Ministry of Health, you have to get the other one for health, and all those things. Now that is a past story. Currently, on the Unified Business License, which is actually well described in the manifesto of the United Democratic, that's why I say there's the manual for government. You only need to apply one, and it is a digital application whereby you see the different levels and tiers of your application until the last stage. So for example, if you want to apply from here, you do not necessarily need to go to Kenya. You need to start your process when you're here. So that you only go within the very last days, then you can be able now to follow up in the processes within a specific office. When I was making my introductory reports, I talked about the issue of the foreign business launch that was done at the office of the Deputy President. Under the current regime, when the President came into power, there's one thing that he said. Initially, you had to go through ministries. You know, if you have to have a license, you go to the Minister of Trade. If you want to have, for example, let me put an example. You want to do a pharmaceutical industry in Kenya. You'll have to join the Minister of Health. You'll have to go to the Minister of Trade, and you'll have to go to the different counties depending on where you want to set it up. That is a whole tedious process. But again, going back to what you said, being a gateway, what that has been done currently is that there is only one office under the office of the Deputy President, whereby the issue of investors in Kenya has a specific docket that is domiciled there, that once you do your application online, you start from that office. You know, initially you would be told you have to wait somewhere in the highest office. There's no other higher than that. That is the presidency. So you start from the high then. You cannot go down. You start from high and you end at the high. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Sami. I think one of the things that you brought out, someone once joked that you have UBA in Africa. That is United Bureaucratic Africa, that you have to jump through hoops and hoops. But that simply makes things very difficult. Now, by reducing the process to one specific office, I think that is the most important thing that Kenya has done, to get investors signed on and get to work. Let's give him a world round of applause, please. Now, Caroline, you're the only lady in the panel. That's why you're last. That's not the point, but it's because you have the point that we want to hear. So, Caroline, we're going to be extremely practical here. So, for Kenyans living in the UK who may want to export Kenyan products into the market, what are the real barriers that are currently standing in their way? And if we can speak to them, is there anyone in this room that we or our listeners can actually reach out to directly in this room? So you could start with the barriers that any Kenyan who wants to export any products, whatever form of products, what barriers do you already know that already exists? And if so, let's hear who are the people in this room that we need to speak to.
Okay, so thank you for your question. And I guess saving the best for last, although ladies always go first. I am not in the political class, just correcting that. And I'm also not in government. I'm an entrepreneur, and I run a strategic communications and public affairs firm, which I'll share my cards with you. So many of you, if you want to find me, I'm on LinkedIn as Carol Warui. So in terms of exporting into the UK market, I liked the statistic given by our Excellency, the Ambassador, on exportation of services, because that's where my space is. And so far, I believe the challenge for most people looking to, the number one challenge is always, of course, the process of getting your visas. And I think that's important to just state, because with the UK visa application process, I think it's one of the most daunting when you compare with probably the American visa, which they give you 5 years, you send your passport through DHL, and you get your visa. So that's the number one barrier, I would think, that needs to be addressed. But in terms of just understanding the dynamics, the market dynamics, because there are those who, and because you're specifically speaking to product exportation. I think it's just understanding the dynamics of where you're exporting to, getting probably information that would support, because anyone seated in Kenya without a view of how diversified the UK market is, they wouldn't know that probably you're okay to start off with a smaller town, because it still has, you don't have to necessarily start with London, because of the complexities of the London market. You could start with probably the Manchesters, the Liverpools, the Leeds. So that would probably be easier for a Kenyan coming this way. In terms of export of products, I think a barrier that I've seen has been addressed recently by our carrier is that they've introduced more flights. I see from 4th of July, there'll be more flights coming into Gatwick, so we don't only have the flights coming into Heathrow, so there'll be more flights going into Gatwick. So I think there's also that transport aspect that's been addressed. I would also think in terms of just understanding the taxation framework, that's something that needs to be probably, if there's where there are people who can either service business owners on the Kenyan side to understand the tax laws in the UK, that would be very beneficial, or even suggest maybe some of the people practicing qualified accountants in this market that can probably advise people in the Kenyan market. That would help in terms of just understanding where CSER needs to be paid. Yeah, I would think just as a starting point, those are the ones I have top of mind. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Caroline. Hand of applause, please, because to be fair, she is an entrepreneur, so she's navigated this sort of environment, and that is why we saved it for last, so that you could tell us your tricks, Caroline. But thank you so much. That is well clear. Now, I'm not going to ask the following questions because I want to give that opportunity to you. I'll take 3 questions, and then after the 3 questions, I'll summarize it with just 1 question for any one of the panelists. Yes, Your Excellency, please.
If you don't mind,
yes.
May I add a few things
Please.
to what Caroline has said? She's talked about the NTBs, the non-tariff barriers, and yes, that includes the visa issue.
Yes.
But some of the other things that we continue to see is access to finance for businesses. So we are trying to work on different ways of making it cheaper for people to access finance, because we see the innovations, and but they probably do not go as fast as they don't grow as fast, and partly because they're starved of finance. So we need more people coming with the money and making it a lot more cheaper, if I could say that. And that is why you hear the president also talking about and very strongly calling for reform of the international financial architecture, because in a way it is rigged against developing countries by raising the risk level, so that lenders find it very they make it our loans and everything else much more expensive. That's so right. Just so you understand why the president has been very strident on that. For those who are on the horticultural front, we continue facing the barriers of sanitary and phytosanitary standards. And so this is also an area where we keep having conversations. And in addition to this and the logistics that Caroline has raised, we are having next week, I believe, the Fresh Produce Consortium of Kenya in the UK, seeking to have these conversations as a way of getting somewhere, including having conversations with Kenya Airways management to unlock some of these logistical challenges. And in addition to the frequency of the flights, they are also going to introduce bigger aircraft on the London Heathrow route, beginning, I believe, is 16th of July as well, the 777, so that they can uplift more cargo both ways. Logistics challenges continue, and these are the geostrategic things we are talking about. Shipping routes being disrupted, or even when the The flights cannot move around, so we have a lot of cargo that is actually left in Kenya that cannot be uplifted very quickly. And some of it, like flowers, only have this much shelf life. So beginning to think about other ways of uplifting this is important. Last but not least, because we're talking about services, we continue to experience, and we are working on these things. Whatever I'm talking about are things that we are facing, but things that we are working on. I'm not just framing them as problems. I'm talking about things that are currently on the table we are working on. The issue of standardization and certifications, for example. Since we are exporting services, Kenya is a very vibrant workforce. We have nurses, we have teachers, we have lawyers, we have, Dr. Rose Migai who are here. And you find that the issue of the certification and the acceptance of the qualifications becomes something that sometimes takes longer.
That is true.
You are driving licenses, the conversions and all that. So we have a few things that we are working on, and we just want to let you know that just like we've talked about progress in the consular service provision, the passports and all that, and yes, it is true. We were recently in Belfast providing mobile consular services on the 8th and 9th of May. Within 2 weeks, the passports and IDs, passports in particular, that people had applied for had been printed and signed in Nairobi. They were with us in London, and 2 days later, they were in Belfast. So what am I saying? Let us also tell good stories, because Kenya has moved, my dear friends. Are we where we need to be? Not yet, but we have made progress. So let us also be good storytellers about what progress has been made in our country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. That is actually very, very pertinent that you've added some of those points that you put forward. Because the most important thing, ladies and gentlemen, is that sometimes you see a problem and the solution is very hypothetical. But what His Excellency just mentioned here, that Kenya is working practically, intentionally towards the solutions. And we thank you for that, Your Excellency, and the rest of the members in the government who are actually making it happen. Now, let me take the 3 questions. I will stretch my hand to this left-hand side, the middle side, and the other side. So I've got, yes, may I have some help, please? Yes, thank you very much. So there is a gentleman, yourself, yes, please. Keep it short, and yes, please, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Joshua. I run a company which is shipping item from here to Kenya, UK to Kenya, and Kenya to UK. And a very simple observation I can make here, we get a very small parcel, like a good example, shipping hibiscus, managu, and rosemary, a parcel of 1.2 kg, attracted a phytosanitary certificate of 4,500, and it attracted a port health certificate of 1,500. The actual shipping of that parcel could have costed my client 7,000, but I ended charging 14,000, which is double the price. So if this person is coming to sell these hibiscus and managu and whatever the spice that is bringing to the UK, how will this person sell? I appreciate that these other items are quite okay, but when it comes to these, especially the agricultural product, it's quite challenging. So if you can look at that area, we'll appreciate. Mostly the certification. If you can get only one certificate that is able to clear both the port health and phytosanitary certificate, if they can be combined and make it cheaper, it will make it easy for people to import item to UK and they're able to sell. But the moment it's higher, they are unable to sell to the client, because at the end of the day, we normally people keep converting. If you can buy this item in Kenya cheaply, why would they be almost doubling or tripling the price? So that's only area that I would request.
Thank
As a person on shipping area, importing and export, please look at it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we will assign the question to who is taking that. I'll assign it. Okay, so His Excellency is taking it. So Excellency, just keep that on tab. Let's get the second question. So this middle, the lady, and then the gentleman, Steve. So starting with the lady. Thank you very much. So keep it short, please.
Yeah. Thank you very much. My name is Mary Cargo. I'm the director of Damlock International. We deal with food supplies, import and export. Like my brother talked about the certification and all that. For me, I must first of all applaud my country and thank you, Your Excellency, for harnessing on trade and investment. One thing maybe they didn't tell you is that apparently right now, Kenya have actually done the zero-rated tax on China to export goods to China. Can that be done to UK as well? And that's where my brother as well is coming. So for me, like, I'm so passionate about this trade and investment in terms of how I market my products and in terms of creating this bilateral relationship without being, going through high taxes. If it can be zero rated, that can increase the way I'm doing business. I work with marginalized areas people. Some are orphans, some are widows. We contract farmers. We work with the university students instead of them just finishing their degree and they're just there wondering. We have opened a gap there at the University of Nairobi where we are packaging all the products I've come with from Kenya. They are done by the University of Nairobi, packaged there. So for me, I'm looking at the gap where I create more opportunities and also have something for someone who is sleeping hungry out there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So now that is fantastic. I'm giving that to KEPSA. So Dr. Jackson, that's yours in regards to zero tax for the UK market. Lastly, Steve, please.
Yeah, hi. My name is Stephen Molindra. I'm a broadcaster and journalist with Omega TV. I've got two questions. One of them, I think one is going to be mixed with the other one. The first one is, I think the questions will probably go through His Excellency, the Ambassador. Internal investors versus outside investors. I've been on a number of conferences, African investors, and this thing has not been addressed properly. Malawi had a problem with the Chinese when they came to invest, and then they started entering into small businesses that Malawians are doing. And Tanzania has had to inform the Chinese and others that please invest in this particular field, not in this one, so that they leave the others for the indigenous people from those countries. So what is Kenyan government doing on that? Then there is also the Africa versus internal investors. We're seeing this now in the Gemophobia, which is happening in South Africa, where South Africans are looking at smaller investors who are coming in from outside, who are investing, and then, of course, the checking, which has also brought quite a big issue in South Africa. Xenophobic. Basically, it's on the economy. And maybe the last one, is, which the other ones I regarded them as two. I'm sorry to go to this one. This is to do with the Kenya is regarded as a risk country now in terms of banking here in the UK. And I'm trying to find out, because several Kenyans who have been trying to open up businesses here or even doing business in Kenya, the British government was saying, because I saw the report in the Times, was saying that there's some risk factor in Kenya in terms of how the money is moving from UK to Kenya and from Kenya to here. I don't know whether His Excellency can highlight it on this, because the risk factors, if you go and check the risk factors, you're going to find that a number of African countries have got risk factors put on them, and this prevents investors from going to those countries to invest. But mainly those who are getting money from the bank, not not the local people who are, sorry, not the outside businesses who are trying to, but if you're going to get money from the British bank trying to invest it in Kenya, there's a note on it. They don't refuse you to take the money, but they warn you not to do that. And I don't know, the Kenyan government has got to address that. Those are the, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Steve, thank you. Now, I think I've exhausted all the questions now, and I will be turning over to my, I would pray that you keep your question because we have another session that will come in later because we're running quite late on time. So, can I, Your Excellency, you've got too many questions. Should we start with question number 2 on the zero tax, please?
Yeah, that's
Take
a
it.
question also I wish to get some answers from, so I'll throw it to Nicodemus. The question on zero rating, because the issue is we have seen that arm of good guests extended to China. So is that something in the talks for Kenya, UK, or maybe in the future or something just? But that's a welcoming note that we wish to know.
Maybe Ambassador will talk about it because it is more of diplomatic relations between countries. But to give an impetus on it, we have our president going around the world now, and he's had so many bilateral talks with the other countries, and I am sure there is something on the table for the UK and Kenya. And I'm sure I was asking myself, Kenya was a protectorate of UK or British, and we are good children of UK. I mean, we deserve a zero-rated. I mean, to do business, we need a zero rating for our products. If China, who are not even related to us by imps on glimpse, and they have given us zero rating, why not UK? And UK has a lot of investments in Kenya. So that diplomacy should go to another level.
Before His Excellency picks up that, have you ever seen a politician passing a promise? This is good. You've passed it. I'm not promising anything. Thank you. Your Excellency, please take the 4 questions.
All of them, really.
All of them.
Like
Yeah, the 4 questions, please.
Let
Thank
me
you.
begin with that one. And I hope you recall what I said about diversification. And one of the things I talked about was diversification of markets, diversification of, there are elements of that diversification. So China is one of our emerging markets. And it may be stronger on certain things, not on everything. So for example, some of the things we are talking about that have been zero rated relate to tea, for example. And so you find that given its size, both in population and just geographically, the volumes are very high. Given their tastes, they are also looking at certain things that may not necessarily be of interest to this side. So it is not either or, it is both and. So I think this is something that we need to understand. It is both and. Okay? And yes, we continue to have these conversations with our different governments and partners, including here, because even when it comes to issues of the sanitary and phytosanitary standards, one of the stories that we keep telling our partners is because of, and by that it is a fact, because of our climate, weather, whatever it is, we actually produce almost without chemicals. We are very organic.
Purely organic.
We are very organic. There's very little that goes into that. And so we tell the stories about this so that we can use this to remove whatever barriers there may be. Some of these conversations take longer, but we have colleagues like Purity. Purity, if you may stand, please. Purity Samantha. Give her a round of applause. She's been with us here now 2 weeks. Yes. She's our new trade attaché. We had, some of you met Sylvia. Thank you, you may have met Sylvia Musyoka earlier, so she is the new Sylvia Musyoka. And the reason she's here is really to help unlock the things that we're talking about. So I also want to thank you for the feedback that you're giving. And in addition to the feedback, so Joshua, I really want to thank you. Mary, thanks for the feedback that you provided. There is also something that we are doing very, very intentionally at the Kenya High Commission in London, establishing pathways for engagement with diaspora so that we are also getting your input on how some of these things can be done. In April, for example, on the sidelines of the UK Global Health Summit, we had conversation that ended up creating a task force on health so that our diaspora can make contributions on policies and practices for health in Kenya. And these are the things that we also want to engage with you so that this kind of feedback, we are able to know where you are getting pinched and we can do something about it. But what you say, Joshua, also speaks to something. When you mention hibiscus and managu, it's also the diversification of the product range that we're talking about. And it also takes into account the shifting consumer tastes that we're talking about, health-related and all that. And so we are working on making sure that we can expand these particular portfolios. I mentioned logistics challenges, and these are some of the things that we still have to work along. But thank you very much for raising that. We are also working on kind of policy coordination. So we constantly have engagements with our British counterparts on some of these issues. Let's talk about the risk in terms of finance. Mm-hmm. One is, you may be aware that about a concept called grey listing. And this is an international mechanism where a country can get into a grey list on account of certain factors, whether there are concerns around possibilities of terrorism financing or money laundering and all this kind of stuff. It is not the first time, by the way, that Kenya has been grey listed. And this is the third time. There's a time when under President Mwai Kibaki, Kenya was grey listed. There was a time under President Uhuru Kenyatta, Kenya was grey listed. And we've come out because when some of these things come, they speak to loopholes in policy and law. So, for example, the Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Terrorism Financing Act are a result of some of these things. Then we still have to deal with a number of issues that include legal mechanisms. There's a lawyer in the house who will tell you under the Law Society of Kenya and how practitioners work, there are certain levels of confidentiality that are at play. And how do you reconcile this with some of these particular issues? So this is being worked on. It is not the first time, as I've said. Kenya has come out of this grey listing before. It will come out of it again. We are dealing with that. We were supposed to have had the Illicit Finance Summit later this month here in the UK. Our CS for Treasury was supposed to be here. The summit was postponed to sometime in November. But we were going to use this as a sidelines for explaining why Kenya should not be attracting certain risky levons in that sense. So yes, this is a work in progress. There is an action plan that has been developed to help Kenya get out of that. And I'm sure that is only a matter of time before we are out. Internal versus external investors. I'm sure you are all aware that Kenya is fully liberalized. And these are some of the things that we have to contend with. Let's be plainly honest with each other. When you are fully liberalized, there are things that you are going to gain in some ways, and you are going to have to hurt in some ways.
That's true.
When you begin to introduce certain controls of a particular kind, then there's a kind of you begin to confuse the system. Having said that, I'm not an economist, but I can tell you this. I remember some years back, if I can give an analogy of tourism. Many of us would go to the coast, but we could barely access certain hotels because they were reserved for foreign tourists. Kenya began to be much more competitive in the tourism when it introduced domestic tourism, not in lieu of foreign, but in addition to foreign tourism.
Oh, yes.
I think these two need not be mutually exclusive. Having said that, I think what we need to do as a government is to say, how do we incentivize our local investors to be just as competitive as foreign investors? I thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. A round of applause for my panelists and for the questions that were asked. I think your answers have been given.
Maybe
Yes.
I don't think we have xenophobia in Kenya.
No.
Certainly not. In fact, it is one of the places where sometimes Kenyans even complain that foreigners are better treated than themselves. We welcome everyone, and may we keep it so. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you ever so much. Now, Your Excellency, thank you for delivering and acting on those questions as quickly and smoothly and targeted as it could have been, as best as it could have been answered. So thank you ever so much. And I hope the questions, where the questions came from, you got your answers. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude this panel session, Kenya is not waiting, and we've seen it. Kenya is the largest economy in East Africa. And in fact, Kenya, as it stands now, has one of the continent's most dynamic private sectors. And because of that, you have a very young and vibrant, extraordinary young people. Now, because Kenya is not waiting, it's time for you to take that chance and move onto that boat, because we want your goods here and your goods there, and your money making the rails. Become rich. Invest in Kenya. To my journalists, let's just give them a round of applause and thank them as they come. Oh yes, please. We're going to have some picture taken with our panelists. Please, if we can get the camera crew to help us out. Yes. My apologies, my panelists could not have a closing remark for various reasons, unexplained, that we're running late on time and His Excellency is engaged later on, so we pretty much want to have the best that we can get out of him before he goes. Now, let's remember that you're going to have lunch. And when we say lunch in Kenya, what do we actually mean? We mean real food, right? So the promise is everything that is out there has been specially, in fact, I was told the plane landed this morning. Whatever you're seeing there, regardless of whether it's chicken, goat meat, whatever it is, it landed this morning. And it was freshly made organically, without chemicals. So you're going to enjoy the purest of the Kenyan cuisine this afternoon. So please just mold your appetite and ready yourself for that. But before we go for lunch, we will have some sort of exhibition that we're going to do. We have our sponsors that we will spotlight at the same time. But also, I have one spotlight that I'll make before we go through to the exhibition room, which will spend about 10 minutes or so. Now, may I call upon My spotlight speaker, who will take at least 3 to 5 minutes, and that is none other than, sorry, bear with me, I need to open it up on a big screen. Right. And that is from Birdview. Birdview, a spotlight speaker, or if he's not in the room, okay, fantastic. Okay, cool. Thank you very much. So you're going to introduce yourself, and then you go for it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I think he missed my name from the program he's got. I'll remind you my name. Good afternoon again. I don't know whether I'm unfortunate or fortunate, because I always get to talk a moment before people going for lunch. I find myself always in this position. I was called earlier, I missed the spot. I'm still back to my spot between me and lunch. My name is Richard Moiro, Director of Birdview Micro Insurance. I think all protocols have been observed, so I'll ride on the protocols that have been done, and we're also running out of time. I've lived in the United Kingdom for approximately half of my life, and I've spent most of my working career self-employed entrepreneur, primarily within the industry. So from looking at me, you can probably tell me what age I am and how much I have lived half of my life. I think you are very good at guessing that. In addition to my work in the UK, I've owned and successfully operated various businesses in Kenya across different sectors. These ventures have provided me with valuable insight into the entrepreneurship, business development, and leadership in the diverse markets. Over the years, I've gained extensive experience in business management operations and customer services. My professional journey has been driven by strong commitment to hard work, innovation that we have been talking the better part of this session, and creating sustainable business opportunities, which have been talked several times here. Through my experience in both the UK and Kenya, I've developed a broad understanding of business operations, strategic planning, and delivering value to customers and stakeholders. Having lived half of my life in Kenya, the other half in UK, I think in a bold position to do business in both worlds. What is here, what is going on the other side. I got both of both countries. It is both a privilege and honor to stand before you today and introduce a company that is poised to transform the welfare and life of millions of families of Kenya and beyond. A company founded on a simple but powerful belief that every family deserves dignity, protection, peace of mind during life's most challenging moments. We envision a future where families can provide a dignified send-off for their loved ones without depending on emergency contributions, fundraising drives that have become common plans in our communities. We have been doing this since 1963 when Mzee Jomo Kenyatta said, Harambee, and we're still carrying it on. We still believe on doing contributions when we get the challenges. We envision a future where low-income families can access quality health care without having to beg, borrow, or organize fundraisers to pay medical bills. We envision a future where insurance products are affordable, accessible, and designed specifically to meet the needs of ordinary people. An innovative, technology-driven company that is committed to transforming how insurance products are developed, distributed, assessed, and consumed. Company that is proud to be recognized by the State Department of Diaspora Affairs and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for its commitment to supporting the welfare of diaspora communities across the world. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce you Badview Microinsurance, established to address the urgent and often overwhelming challenges faced by families during medical emergencies, where we have cross-border crisis, emergency evacuations, and end-of-life bereavements. Far too often, families are left to navigate these difficult situations alone, facing both emotional and financial burdens without clear guidance and support. I think most of us here, we do this all the time, where we are being called for fundraisings, and we're trying to rush to make money, to raise money to get a ticket, because when you're faced with the challenges, especially on a funeral, you have to travel, and these things you don't plan. They got no notices. So just take the next flight that is available because you need to go. Our mission is to bridge this gap by providing reliable, compassionate, and professional assistance when it matters most. By working closely with trusted medical providers, transport partners, and promoting institutions, we ensure that no family has to face these critical moments alone all over the world, wherever diaspora are in the world. Our solutions are designed with deep understanding of the logistical and financial challenges involved, enabling us to deliver fast, seamless, and dignified service that rates that are affordable for middle-income families and SMEs. Badview Insurance is a technologically enabled microinsurer with embedded insurance platform focused on expanding affordable insurance access across Kenya and the wider African market. Our vision is to become Africa's leading embedded insurance infrastructure provider for undeserved communities. Today, insurance penetration in Kenya is only 3% in a population of 55 million. Only under 3% of Kenyans are insured. To be exact, it's about 2.8%. Unfortunately, many traditional insurance products primarily target corporates, institutions, and formerly employed individuals, leaving millions of low-income Kenyans without adequate protection. The challenges are clear. Insured products remain unaffordable for many families. Access to insurance services is limited. Claim processes are lengthy and inefficient. Innovation has not kept pace with the evolving needs of consumers. The insurance industry, like every other industry, must evolve. Historically, has shown us that industries are transformed by innovation. There was a time when Kenya's telecommunications sector was dominated by a single player. Today, Safaricom stands as one of the African most successful telecommunication companies because it embraced innovation and technology. There was a time when banking was dominated by a few large institutions. Today, Equity Bank has become one of the African largest and most influential financial institutions by focusing on accessibility and inclusion. Around the world, companies that fail to innovate have overtaken by those that embrace change. You know a story of Kodak. They failed to keep up, and they were left behind, plus many other companies. The reason is simple. Innovation is not optional. It is essential, as the panelists here have said it. They're talking about innovation, and creativity. Ladies and gentlemen, Badview Microinsurance, registered in Kenya and regulated by the Insurance Regulatory Authority of Kenya, is here to build the future of insurance. We have developed automated underwriting systems for brokers, agents, and the public. We have expanded insurance accessibility by offering affordable insurance products through things like QR code-based enrollment system for millions of mobile users in Kenya. Safaricom alone has 55 million subscribers alone. That means nearly every Kenyan has a mobile. We also use USSD for those who don't have internet, because internet is challenged in some regions. And we recognize the importance of technology in reducing cost and improving efficiency. We have also introduced facial recognition technology within our healthcare facilities to help combat fraud and improve customer experience. This will reduce fraud risk to our claims cost, which ultimately contribute to lower insurance premiums for customers. What makes Badview unique is that all our cost systems are developed in-house. This gives us the flexibility to adapt, customize, innovate rapidly based on the market needs, unlike many of the shelf solutions that are developed outside Africa, and many not fully address the unique challenges. To date, we have successfully completed our automated underwriting platform, our automated claims management system, and we are nearly an underwriting platform, automated claims management platform is nearing completion. We are also developing an integrated finance management system and a hospital management system, which will complete our end-to-end insurance ecosystem. To accelerate this vision, we are seeking strategic funding to expand our technologically driven team to strengthen our system infrastructure. We want to scale education and awareness campaigns nationwide across Africa and East Africa. The reason most of them don't have insurance is because they don't have the education, they don't understand what insurance is, and they believe insurance is just for the rich. On the other hand, they need the insurance more than the rich, because the rich can afford to pay for their expenses through. We also need the funds to expand our operational capacity and office structure and accelerate product development and market expansion. So today, we invite you to become part of this transformation. Be part of this transformation. Be part of this journey to change the insurance industry. Be part of us when we talk about fintech. I know the ambassador was talking about fintech, but in this case we are talking about insurance tech, which is not there, and people still rely on the traditional way of getting insurance. We have investment forms available, or you can scan the QR code on our banners, and feel free to pledge or donate whichever way from, so that we can transform most of the population in Africa about insurance, be able to educate them the importance of having an insurance cover. And as you know, in the rural areas, the medical is a challenge, and all the things are a challenge. For those who know Kenya, we've got people like Boda Boda, they are not covered. And they're most the ones who have the challenges, and they're also having all these accidents. So, thank you for your time. I hope we look for your support and your belief in this vision, so that when we look at this function, we can say on 11th June 2026, in 3 years' time, we can say we were there and we are part of what the mission was about, to promote innovation, to promote information, do proper investments. Look at it this way: the insurance sector in Africa, starting from Kenya, across Africa, is undeveloped. It's not automated. We are here to change that. We aim to make this change all across. We are the only insurance company where you're able to access insurance through a mobile phone and only takes 4 minutes to sign up. We're the only insurance company which is looking after the diaspora. I know we are here, everyone is telling you invest, 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 but that's a challenge that nobody is addressing. All of us get a bereavement, and you all have to go and fundraise. You all have to go to a chama. Please join us together and change that narrative. Let's all come to insurance, which is much cheaper and less tedious than the chama. Thank you very much. Hello there. My name is Richard Mwero, founder, director of...
Thank you.
Birdview Microinsurance is a company registered in Kenya, regulated by the Insurance Regulatory Authority. The insurance industry in Kenya is very developed.
I think it's
only covers 3% Kenyan population. And imagine a population of billion.
It's technology for you. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Birdview a very well-rounded round of applause, because, like they say, Africans don't plan for eventualities, you know, but it has to be done because risks must be mitigated, and the risks of death can cause lots and lots and lots of problems. So Birdview, you're doing an excellent job, so thank you ever so much. So yes, you've got the details. I think it's on the other side of the banner, and Birdview will be seated around there. If you wanted to have a word with them, please get over to that desk. Now, while I'm still with the sponsors, could I have all the other sponsors who are in this room, their representatives, just simply come forward, and then after that, we are going to use that audience to do a very, very quick launch of the Kenya Global Business Alliance, which will take us about 3 minutes. So it's not going to take long. So please, could I have our sponsors to come forward, please?
As they are coming,
yes.
may I pass some information that I gathered during our experts are here. On the issue of zero rating, yes, I've actually been advised that exports to the UK from Kenya are at zero tariff. So, so thank you.
Isn't that fantastic? That means we are writing it today. Fantastic. Thank you so much for that info. Yes, please come to the front. You're the only one. Birdview, you still need to come back here then. Yes, Kenya Airways. Ngemi, UK. Birdview, Tocoms. Please. Thank you. Oh, you're only on this side. Lemfi? Sorry? Pay Angel, yes. Pay Angel. Where are they? Oh, okay. Thank you, Pay Angel. Excellent, excellent. Oh, yes, so we still have some more coming. Please, come forward. And yes, please. Kenya Airways. Yes, fantastic. Now, I'm going to trust that every question I'll ask, you will go straight to it and you pass the microphone to the next person. You will tell us your name and the organization you represent. 10 seconds. Thank you.
Paminas Kariuki, CEO Nyota Jamari Real Estate, based in Kenya, dealing with investment opportunities back home, where we build our country through diaspora remittances.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. 10 seconds it was. Oh, I love that. Thank you. Thank you.
Jambo everyone, my name is Baljit. I'm representing Kenya Airways. Very proud to be here. And I would like you to fly Kenya Airways when you're flying back home or even beyond to Africa. Let's make the pride of Africa always be there for you, yeah? Thank you.
Mary Kago is my name, Director of Damlock International. We are in the food chain industry. I'm here to represent our company to look for a scalable business network and also looking for an equity investor. Thank you very much.
Thank you again. As I said, I'm Richard Moiro, Director, Founder of Birdview Microinsurance, and we're looking to change the insurance industry. I will introduce the new term InsurTech. There's FinTech being talked about. This is now InsurTech. Come and join us on the journey to transform the insurance industry.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Tyrus Jenga. I think I'm a walking brand. I am representing Gamisia UK, and we are here to tell you that we've got an event on the 29th of August. We want you guys to come. We enjoy, we promote culture, we come and eat, we drink Muratina, and we get to and eat nyama choma. So on the 29th, we'll be in Coventry, and we invite you all guys, whether you speak Kikuyu, whether you speak whichever language, as long as you can say habari yako, you are most welcome. Asanteni sana.
Hello everyone, my name is Dominic Chumo. From Tocoms Limited. We are IT and communication solution company. We're making good use of our young people in Kenya. We employ over 50 of them, based in Eldama Ravine, Nakuru, Eldama Ravine, Eldoret, and Nairobi. So if you have any IT solutions challenges, you can send it our way. Thank you. Our banner is over there, and you can scan and maybe you see our services. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Councillor Njore Kimani, an elected councillor here in the UK, but also director of and founder of Marvel Business Limited. And we're here today to represent, again, telecommunication and IT solutions. So we deal mainly with back office operations. We also offer investments in customer service applications. We're also into AI, so we're doing conversational intelligence in contact centers. And we also do data management. We have clients in Rwanda and in Kenya, and we're looking to expand also in Ethiopia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Edna from PayAngel. We are a money transfer company. When you are sending money to your loved ones, to businesses, to invest in Kenya, we are the best company to use. Please patronize us. We've got very good rates, great customer service as well. And then we are just over there. You can come to us if you want to partner with us in any form at all for us to remit your money back home safely for you. We are the company to go. Thank you so much.
I'm Rose Moigai. I'm a solicitor in the UK, and I'm a Kenyan advocate, working both in the UK and in Kenya. So what do? We work as a bridge between Kenyan companies that want to come to invest in the UK and Kenyans who want to go to Kenya and invest. Kenyans who want to come to UK, we do their legal work, and those who want to leave UK to go to Kenya. I'm also the author of the only immigration law handbook in Kenya. I have a copy next door. And for anybody who wish to come to Kenya and want to learn more about Kenyan immigration, kindly come and see me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, and good afternoon to you all. My name is Halima Ahmed, and I'm one of the directors of the Kenya Diaspora Group. You know more of Kenya Diaspora Media, but we are now the Kenya Diaspora Group, giving solutions for companies between Kenya and the United Kingdom or Europe. We are expanding also for any one of you who are here that want to expand into Africa connect Africa to Kenya or Africa to the United Kingdom. We're the company to go to. We work a lot with a lot of brands that are here, connecting, creating markets, or just the logistics of how to do that when you have events like this. And that's why we're here today working together also with CICL, who we partner with a lot. We're the company you come to. We write your stories. We write about what you're doing. So you have a brand. You want to make awareness. We have the solution through Kenya Diaspora Media. We also promote culture through Swahili lessons. So any of your children that attend Swahili lessons, we connect companies to get to social responsibility, where they can have, they can give back to the community. So let's not just invest, but give back. I'm here today also representing Centum Real Estate as one of our products or one of the companies whom we represent. Thank you so much. Connect with us. There's a lot to tell. There's a lot to receive from the TKD group. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. So, because I talk too much, it's going to be wrapped up here, and then we get the ambassador, His Excellency, to come over and take a picture with them. Wrap it up.
Thank you. And again, because I was the first, I never give a brief of what I do. Yes, we provide investment opportunities back home, and I'm happy to say we have served over 1,000 Kenyans in the UK, delivered title deeds here, and I'm looking forward to serving more. My ask, and I want to thank Mary. Mary used to work with her when she was a smaller girl. Yeah, I used to work with her, and Barozi met in Vienna, in Austria in 2024, because I serve Kenyans across the globe. There was one business I would encourage those who are in business here to join. It's called BNI, Business Network International. It is there in 76 countries. I happen to be an executive director of BNI in Kenya, where I read around 600 business owners in Kenya. And I'm happy if you can also look at chapters in this country. And I took Mary last year to one of the biggest chapters. There is also a way to network with people. And KEPSA, we are working with you closely, and I'm looking forward to not only serve Kenyans, but remember, the best time to invest was 10 years ago. The other best time to invest is now. Because 10 years to come, you'll be saying, I'm happy I did it, or I wish I did it. Thank you.
He put it on so well. Let's give him a wonderful round of applause. Thank you very much. And please, let's have Your Excellency, Marie, if you could come forward so we can take a picture with these wonderful people who are doing great things, things happen, and giving us the connections and the ropes that we need as we navigate the investment world in Kenya. Yes. Okay. Oh, yes. Thank you very much. Now, Your Excellency, before you sit, and the rest sit, we are going to be turning ourselves over to this side.
Yeah, so just before you move there, His Excellency, just a minute. So my name is Moses Langat, for those of you who don't know me, and I've been given a task to get His Excellency, the ambassador, do something special. So first and foremost, I want to mention that since you arrived, I'm sure you know that the community in the UK is very vibrant. We've got KCCC UK, which has brought together the community, welfare groups, chamas, the churches, amongst others, and there's a very structured way that they engage. So what Mary and actually Balozi Waroi has sneaked out, coincidentally realized, was that the businesses were they were not together, and therefore there was a task to bring these businesses together. I want to mention Wabrayo, who is here. She at one particular time tried her best to assist in forming what we call the KCBA, Kenya Community and Businesses Alliance, and indeed quite get far, because of course everything new often gets a lot of challenges. But as Mary mentioned, she left Dubai after a trade mission, some calling went into her, and she came back and said she needed to get this going. So she approached TKD Group, and I think Halima has explained what TKD Group does, and together formulated the Kenya Global Business Alliance. Now, this is a monster that is going to take over the UK. I think, His Excellency, you don't need to worry about when the president comes here, where will you get money to buy high tea and high coffee so that these investors can be able to engage. Now you have got a body, because this is an association that is bringing together all the businesses that are run by Kenyans, or businesses that are interested with Kenya and they are based here in the UK. So this is purely voluntary led, and I want to get the interim officials who have actually come together. I've seen Councillor Daisy Chirobon, she's a member of the team that has steered that. Joshua is here. I think there's Stella Antuni, there is Winnie, there is, who else? We've got Stephen Asili, and then we've got, of course, the TKD Group crew, Halima and Dominic, who have actually come together. So they have gone ahead and they have registered KGBA as a CIC here in the UK, and now they have got all the structures in place to get all the businesses that are interested in Kenya to be part of it. I think this was also crafted in a way, because in your first mission we've got, we had British African Business Alliance called BABA, and they brought together African businesses into one room and they work together. So for the businesses that are here, we want to encourage you to look into that. It's mainly supposed to assist you in connecting and also in building networks. So His Excellency, that has been created, and you can see this that roller banner. That is the first time it's being seen in this world. There's also the certificate, I think, is down here, and I think Halima was supposed to be assisting. And we use this opportunity to get this launched. And as I said, His Excellency, you now have individuals with money, so don't have any challenge when you want to have tea. So I think, I don't know whether Mary wants to say something, but of course she's the chief vision bearer, and we thank you for that. So it's not just about trade missions and about what we do today, but actually you are taking this forward. So I think I will invite you, His Excellency, to come there, and then these two fine ladies can present the certificate to yourself. And let me give you my right hand. So Halima, why are you running out? So
So I'm just going to say a few words about KGBA. It's the Kenya Global Business Alliance. So this platform, we found it worthwhile creating it, because we wanted to bring all Kenyan businesses globally, because strategic partnerships is the way to go. And how do you do that? You can only do that by, reaching out to other businesses. If you're trying to look for something, say in China, who do you connect with? So this is what KGBA is trying to solve. That we're going to have a directory. If you're trying to look for a supplier, you're trying to look for anything in the market, name it, a distributor, KGBA will have all those answers. So we encourage anyone who is here to be a member. It's free. And we are very honored that it was just an idea that was born, and we are where we are with a certificate, which we are honored to present it to the High Commissioner. You got the ribbon? Okay. Okay.
Right. So it's yours to cut and we'll present. So thank you so much, and we hope this is going to be the beginning of many collaborations between companies here. This is going to be the beginning of a directory for you, as Mary has said, a go-to place where you can find anyone globally, Kenyan, any business, from the one that sells this, to the one that sells the home, to the one that flies you there, to the ones that keep you there, whichever, they will all be in this place. And this is wonderful. Thank you. And in that, KGBA is now officially active, and we present the certificate to our Excellency Ambassador of Kenya in the United Kingdom to make it a go-to place that he can also peruse and tell you that it is legitimate and worthwhile and correct for you to interact with. Thank you.
Since this is all about business and purity is about business, allow me to just make sure that I hand it over to the office where it shall be domiciled, so that now when you come to the Kenya High Commission and you go to the office, one of the things you should expect to see is this one. So,
Thank you very much. And we also want to say that we want to become members of, want to become corporate members of KEPSA. That is the first step that we want to do. What do you have to say?
Yeah, I see an opportunity for KGBA, of which now they will become a BMO, because already they have members. So they will not become, they will not be registered as a company, but as a BMO. So with that, they will be able now to access our members and link with these members. So we'll have a discussion with you so that you become a business member organization within KEPSA, as well as CAM. I think you know Kenya Association of Manufacturers and many others who are a BMO, because already they qualify because they have members. Thank you so much.
Right, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kenya Global Business Alliance is now live and recruiting. So I think you will be the first persons to join the Kenya Global Business Alliance. Now, we managed to recruit some time back, and that means that the long-awaited Nyama Choma is right at your door. So what we're going to do, we're going to do the exhibition, see what our sponsors were doing, so we're going to walk through that, and then at the same time, the food will be ready so that we will do that. Shoot 3 birds with 5 stones, if we can do it. So let's do it. So we're going to do the exhibition now. Is this excellent? Connect Interconnected Company Limited UK. And this company, as I said earlier, has been working behind the scenes tirelessly for so many years, consistently, and brought us to where we are today. And I'm not going to say, give them a round of applause, because your hands are tied at the moment, and it's practically understandable. So the event is scheduled for 3 days. It's not just today. Today we're here for the business side of things. Tomorrow we are going to have business and fun. The next day we are going to have business and fun, which means that it's going to be double. If you're a Christian in the room, you know what I'm talking about. So you have triple blessing for this wonderful, wonderful Kenya UK Global, the Global Summit that we are currently enjoying. Now, as I call upon my next speaker, who is done everything to do with export and import, it's a lady, and I think it's also right that we mix up the room a little bit, because you've only seen men speaking this afternoon. So yes, we are going to get some sort of insight on import and export, and allow me to introduce to you John Asante, Director of the Asante Group International, so that is International Trade and Regulation Consulting Firm. John, please, you're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Please, take this.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm sure your bellies are full right now. So it's either going to work in my favor or it's not going to work in my... You either have a lot of energy or you're feeling a little bit sleepy. But hopefully you'll be able to stay on track with me as I speak today. So I will just quickly introduce myself. I am Joan Asante, the Director of an International Trade Compliance Advisory. We work with African exporters who are exporting to the UK and the EU. We work across 3 sectors, so that's agri-food trade, mining and energy, and we do a lot of the compliance and documentation for exports and imports, and also cross-border transactions and contracts across the mining and energy sector. But today, I'm going to be speaking to you about exporting. So hopefully this will be a practical session, so nothing to do with theory, but if you are interested in exporting, or maybe you're in the exporting field and you would like to enter the UK and EU market, I've got a few pointers that I believe will help. And just to start with that, in our business, we work with 75% of our clients are actually based in Africa, and 100% of them are of African descent. And also, I am Ghanaian, so my name Asante is probably, for some Ghanaians will know that's a very Ghanaian name, but I've heard it many times today, so I do know that my East African brothers and sisters always remind me that it means thank you. And I think that's just a beautiful connection between the East and West, that even though we may have our differences, I love the fact that we have similarities as well. So, if we go to the next slide, please. Perfect. So I've already introduced the Asante Group. We're an advisory firm. We do work across UK-EU trade regulations, so we see ourselves as the experts when it comes to trade regulations and advising businesses when they're entering the UK-EU market. We do due diligence, document reviews, all across to even your supplier contracts as well, because we know that when you're entering a new market, you want to be sure of what you are entering into with businesses and suppliers. So we do that due diligence for you. If we go to the next slide. So my first point is, if you are an exporter or you would like to export, the first thing you should be doing is researching the market. If we could just go back one more slide, that's perfect. So research the market, and we've already kind of touched on that already today on the panels. But this is really important. You know, each market is very different, and the UK comes with its own compliances. So the first thing you need to do is look at your product compliance, whether you are a raw produce exporter, or maybe you have more of a value addition product like we've seen today in the exhibition. We've got jams and condiments. You have to understand what are the compliances that surround those products. And the UK are quite good, because if you go onto the .gov website, they have all food produce, and including your condiments and your value addition, I would say. So they have them in categories, and you can go on there and you can actually see what compliance surrounds your product. Whether, for a lot of raw produce, I will admit, there may not be a lot of compliance or certification. There may be just a few mandatory documentations that you will need. But specifically, if you have a food product, like I've just shown, a snack maybe, a sauce, there are compliances that you need with labeling. So I've put labeling requirements. So for instance, I'll give you an example. In the UK, if you have like maybe a sweet treat that you are exporting or you've created, in the UK, there are some regulations about some of the ingredients. And also they have regulations over labeling. So they may ask you to put a disclaimer that says, there may be a product in here that may make children hyper. But in Africa, we don't necessarily need that on our labeling. But if you're entering the UK market, that might be mandatory if you've got an ingredient in your produce that sits under that category. So it's really important that you're doing your due diligence beforehand, so you're not sending products over and your buyers can't sell them, because that will have an effect on your integrity as a business as well. And we want to make sure that we're able to sell and keep good relationships with buyers. Also, we have food safety standards across the board as well. Then you have to think about your demand and supply. Is there demand for my product? That's extremely important. Don't enter a market because you're fascinated or you're in love with the idea of coming into the UK. Really check if your product should be required in the UK. Another example, I had a Ugandan exporter that actually asked for my opinion on exporting meat into the UK. And I said, you know, there's potential there, but let's be honest, the market for meat in the UK is actually dominated by British farms and also from New Zealand. So you have to really think about, will my product fit in this market? Also look at who's already selling it, who's your competition, and what are they pricing at? That's really important. Who are your potential buyers? And we'll go on another slide, and I'll talk about buyers as well. Then we're looking at the strength of your supply chain. That's really important. Traceability. Buyers in the UK want to be able to see traceability from the moment it leaves the farm to the moment it gets there, because they are liable for the supply chain when they are selling products. And so it's important you think about that when you're selling. You think about that when you're coming into the UK. Look at record keeping as well. And this is just about basic business structure, I'll be honest with you. Record keeping of your finances, record keeping of every export that you sent. You really should have an idea of exactly every single number of product that you put into a container and send here, because there are many buyers asking for that. So they are expecting a certain amount, a certain weight, and you should have visibility on that completely. And then we're looking at ethical supply chain. That's a really big thing as well. Is the supply chain ethical, from your workers to the standards of your workers in the farmlands to your manufacturing companies? These are things that they are looking at, because again, as buyers, they are liable for that supply chain. When something breaks out in the news, you know, let's say Tesco are linked to unfair working conditions in Nairobi, wherever that could be, they're never looking at you as the buyer. They're never looking at you as the supplier. They're looking at them as a buyer and their integrity and their brand. Next slide, please. The next thing you need to look into is your export compliance. And this is the bit that can seem very boring, but it's extremely essential to your productions. So we have mandatory certification when you're exporting, which is your phytosanitary certificate, and you can get that issued in Kenya if you're sending them across as you get prepared to send your produce across. We've also got an IPAFS pre-notification. Now this is the responsibility of the importer. So if you're a buyer here in the UK, or maybe you're importing the products, you need to make sure that you are notifying customs, the UK border, customs, that there is a shipment coming. And even if you're an export, I really believe that it's important that you ask your buyer if they've put this notification in, so that there's no problems at the border. So customs need to know that they are expecting your shipment, and this is really important so that there are no delays, especially if you have raw produce. Time is of the essence, so you don't want your produce going off and the quality is being is a problem now for the buyer, because these checks haven't been set in place. And then you've got your certificate of origin, which also can be issued by a chamber of commerce. You've got your export health certificate as well. This is really mainly for livestock and poultry, but I would also check if you need an export license, or even if your buyer has an import license as well here in the UK. That's extremely important. Then we've got your the Food Standard Agency expectations. And we've got something called the SMS, which is specific marketing standards. And there are marketing standards for each produce, even for your fresh produce as well. So if you're looking at buyers like Tesco, Sainsbury's, Waitrose, they follow the SMS specific marketing standards. So if you look in Tesco's, we see our packed tomatoes, for instance, you rarely see a spot or a blemish on them, right? So that's the kind of quality that they're looking for if you are looking to supply bigger companies like Tesco and Waitrose. That's part of it. And then we've got a certificate of conformity, which is also the labeling requirements. And I've put some ticks here. And I think this is a good checklist for what you need when you're sending. So product standards, is the packaging correct? Is the labeling correct? Do you have traceability? And have you got that in paper form as well? That's really important. It's not just about what you say to the buyer, but also, do you have it in paper form? Do you have a track of how you trace all your products? Do you have the right export documentations? And do you have the right food safety requirements? Let's go to the next slide, please. Now we've got types of buyers, and I think that's important in the UK. To understand the UK market, you have to know what type of buyers that you are going to be targeting. So first, we've got the direct retail and supermarkets. So supermarkets have procurement portals. Some of them have their own, and some of them are outsourced as well. But also, I think it's really important that if you are positioning yourself to sell to supermarkets, you have to have a standard as well. You can't be a beginner exporter and kind of try your best with them. That's not really going to work. They have mandatory certifications, so most of the supermarkets need a global GAP certificate. That actually can cost a few thousand, and it also can take some months before you get it because it requires audits of your supply chain. So if you are going for UK supermarkets, make sure that you're prepared, and you're also prepared financially as well, because there can be upfront costs, and also you might not reap those returns for a little while as well. Then obviously if you're entering the EU, we've got the same thing, retailer supplier onboarding portals, and also you might be open to private label opportunities as well. So a lot of the shops might want their own branding of day-to-day things like spices. You know, we see there's an Aldi turmeric, there's a Tesco turmeric, there's a Sainsbury's turmeric, and they have suppliers for that as well. So you can be open to private label opportunities as well. Then we have importer and distributors as well, so specialist ethnic food distributors. And this is a really great entryway into the UK market as well, I believe. And we have specialist wholesalers in the UK and the EU who specifically buy wholesale goods of African food produce. And then a lot of the supermarkets will actually buy from them to stock. So if we go into Asda, for instance, there is an aisle, I don't like the name of it, the ethnic food aisle, but there is an aisle where we see a lot of our produce in there. There's one little aisle, but they actually can purchase a lot of that from some of these importers and distributors based in the UK. So actually a good way, rather than trying to go direct, is to go to the importers and distributors that already do that, and then you have more of a chance to have your produce in supermarkets than going directly. And then we've got food service distributors as well. So thinking about the hospitality sector in the UK. So there are specialist importers and distributors that work just for the hospitality. So restaurants and places to eat who need produce daily will purchase from them. So that's another great place. And then other ways to market yourself is at UK food trade shows, which I know that buyers regularly come to looking to buy produce. We've got EU agribusiness expos as well. A lot of my clients fly over to the UK and the EU to get buyers. This is one of the great ways they can do to speak face-to-face to people. And then we've got B2B sourcing platforms. A lot of things can be done online as well. You don't necessarily have to travel, but you can go onto B2B sourcing platforms. A great thing, and we're perfect here with trade missions, so join trade missions, join UK-Kenya mission as well. And then other places like Chambers of Commerce do similar. I think it's really downplayed, Chambers of Commerce and other organizations like that. I think it's important to get involved. A lot of them have lists of buyers. Some buyers can even come to specific Chambers of Commerce or even high commissions in the UK. So it's a great place to connect and also get buyers too. If we go to the next slide. So what do buyers assess? And I've got a few questions here, and I think this is really important. Can you meet the UK-EU standards, and can you meet them consistently? Do you understand the import requirements? So do you understand what the responsibility is of them as well as yourself as an exporter? Do you have consistent supply? And now this is a really important one. And in agriculture, there are a lot of SMEs. And so it can be difficult to find companies that can actually stick to the consistent supply that is needed in the UK. So I think that sometimes, and we see this with our clients as well, we have one particular client who does avocados, but they do avocados across 2 countries in East Africa because there's 2 different seasons for avocados, and they're able to make sure that they've got consistent supply for their buyers in the UK. All year round. And actually, because of that, they have a monopoly on the market when it comes to avocados. So they're one of the biggest exporters of avocados in the UK. So when you're walking around your shops, you're probably seeing their avocados. And then the next one, and it might sound a bit funny, but do you respond professionally? This is really important. If they have problems at the border or they need orders quickly, are you able to respond professionally? Are you able to respond quickly? That's another business structure that's important. And then also, do you understand Incoterms? This is important as well. Contracts with the suppliers. I always say to my clients, please do not just sign anything. Let us read through it first. Make sure that with Incoterms, it's a worldwide term policy that ensures that you know what your responsibilities are as an exporter, and the importer knows what their responsibilities are. It also outlines the responsibilities of the logistics company and pretty much most of the supply chain. And you have to make sure that these things are set out in the contracts or the agreements that you are signing with buyers as well. So that's really important. Do you understand Incoterms? And I'll add another one is, are you reading through your contracts? That's another big thing. Are you reading through your contracts, and are you making sure that you are negotiating the best outcome? We don't just sign anything, we negotiate, negotiate, negotiate. And finally, if we go to the next slide, working together. So these are my details here and also some of the services that we have. But I think it's really, really important that we make sure to structure compliance into our businesses as exporters. It's really important. It actually sets you apart and also adds a commercial side to you in front of buyers. This is something that they're looking for. I spoke to a buyer about 2 weeks ago they are one of the biggest wholesaler distributors in the UK and EU, and they do also have a category for African and Caribbean food. And he said to me they had actively gone out to find a particular product in West Africa, I would say, and they are actually a household name, this particular product. Unfortunately, they were left disappointed by the conversations because while they loved the product and they wanted to buy a lot of it, they were disappointed with the fact that there was no structure to their exporting, and so they couldn't take them on. I mean, that is hundreds and thousands of pounds down the drain because there's no structure to exporting. It was kind of like, well, we put, some things onto a container. We don't know how much. We just put as much as we can. Sometimes we share containers. They don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that. They want to know that you know exactly how much you can put in a container, how many times a month you can supply to them, and can they rely on you consistently? That's what they need because they have customers that rely on them too. So it's really important, and I'm really happy to have a conversation with anybody who wants to speak to me about this. I'll be around anyway, and you can take my details. But thank you so much. I don't know if we have time for questions. Oh, okay, great. I can take a question if there is anybody. One question. So if you do have a question, I'd be happy to. No one's rushing. I hope that means I did a good job. Okay, I'll leave it as that. But if you have any questions afterwards, I'd be happy to help. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, John did a fantastic job. That's an icing for us. All that information that you could have spent days and years trying to navigate to get to the exact point of what actually makes you an importer and exporter into the UK. John, thank you so much. Please, let's give John a very, very well-deserved round of applause, please. Fantastic. Fantastic. Regulation, we can't run away from them. We have to work in it rather than around it. Fantastic. Thank you. Now, I'm going to spin it slightly, and I will call my youngest speaker to come to this stage, and that is none other than, bear with me again. Right. So, my youngest speaker is going to be a youth inclusion in trade ecosystem by Zuri Hekima. Zuri, please. Thank you. Let's give her a warm welcome as she comes onto the stage. Thank you. Thank you, Zuri. Thank you. Cheers.
Good afternoon. Hamjambo. Kwa majina naitwa Zuri Hekima Njonjo. I'll try to mix and match some Swahili and some English. Sababu, I was having some lunch earlier, alafu nikaambiwa kwamba Gen Zs, we speak a lot of Swahili, so I'm going to try and be appropriate. So, first of all, I want to say thank you to the event organizers, CICL UK. Thank you so much kwa kuleta all these beautiful delegates to come and further the mission of Kenya-UK trade relations. It's absolutely important. These two great nations keep serving us, and I'm pretty sure a lot of us share the same vision as well. I also want to pay some respect to the Rais waheshimiwa wa serikali, siwani hapa ndani lakini for wherever they are. Thank you so much for paying respect to this event. Kwa majina vile ambavyo nimesema, naitwa Zuri Hekima Njonjo. Kazi yangu ni, I am a degree apprentice quantity surveyor at the moment. I'm working with the largest infrastructure company in the UK, and we deliver substation projects all across England, Scotland, and Wales. it's a very hands-on role na ninaweza kuelewa huduma za nchi ya huku England na pia I think it's just a mission for me kuweza kuchukua the knowledge and the experiences that I'm gaining in this beautiful nation, which is very well advanced, and also relaying that back to Kenya where appropriate, especially in regards to the youth. My perspective on being a Kenya diaspora youth is that we are a specific part of the population, and we can also help further the mission of driving change and investment together in partnership with the people who are already in the positions capable of opening those doors. Kile kitu ambacho tu we need is kushikiliwa mikono na wale ambao wako na vifunguo to these excellent opportunities, and allowing us the space to also contribute to our economies, both in the Kenya and the UK. And so being here, for example, is one of those opportunities kuweza champion the needs and the requirements and what we need in terms of upskilling. Examples of trailblazing youths in the UK, nimeongea na a lot of Kenyan diasporans, mainly students in cities like Manchester, Leeds, Liverpool, and there's a very big base of people wanting to collaborate, especially Kenyans. You know, in the age of the internet, it's very easy for us to hold a conference with someone who's in Kenya. We're all professionals, entrepreneurs, business owners in this room, and so that shouldn't be alien to you. And it's just encouraging us to keep remembering kwamba there is a mission of advancing both our economies in terms of cross-border exchange, and
And your name is? Oh, Jory Kimani, please come on in, Councillor, please. Thank you. Let's give him a warm welcome. So as I said earlier, that our second panel session is going to be focused on bringing a very, very close focus home to the diaspora, to you, to the extraordinary economic force that Kenyans living abroad represent. Okay, Zuri, there is a seat. Yes, there is a seat for Zuri. Thank you. Okay. Fantastic, thank you, Zuri. So we're going to concentrate more about harnessing the diaspora capital and influence. That would also include some of the details that John presented earlier. Positioning Kenya, the Kenyan diaspora as strategic economic force for national growth, and the diaspora as economic superpower. What you're doing, driving investment, innovation, and global market access for Kenya's economic transformation. Now, you'll allow me that I will not have a sort of a structure on how you'll be answering these questions. Could I request the media team to give us a few microphones, please, if that's okay? Thank you very much. And also, I would pray that we engage you as the audience through this panel session, that you'll have the opportunity to ask any questions, seek clarifications where necessary, and also contribute in terms of whether you actually have something that you think you can contribute from wherever you're sitting. It could just be a comment, it could just be some basic information that you want to raise that is critical to this conversation. Thank you. Okay, now, fortunately, the people who are always holding the microphone go first. Now, let us begin with something that is quite honest and far-reaching. For a long time, the story told about Kenyans in the diaspora has essentially been, you left home, you came to the UK, and sometimes you make it back over Christmas. That is occasionally, you go back over Christmas. But we're saying that there's nothing wrong with that, because your livelihood is here. Now, the question that we always bother ourselves with, that if we were to change that narrative for the people in this room, who is the Kenyan in the diaspora right now? Who do you call yourself as a Kenyan in the diaspora, relating to everything to do with the development of Kenya? So, do you call yourself that person who left home and only goes back during Christmas occasionally? Or there is something else about a Kenyan in the diaspora towards the national development of Kenya? We want to hear it from yourselves. Who do you call yourselves?
I believe sitting at the far end, I can go first. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Moses Langat, and as you've heard earlier, I work at Kew Gardens as a research leader. So I regard myself as that Kenyan who is here to probably utilize the state of the art that exists in the UK, learn quickly, build that knowledge, transfer it back to Kenya, and improve the livelihoods of the many people who are probably even looking up to ourselves here as the focal point. So I see myself as an agent of change in the country.
Perfect. You see yourself, the Kenyan diaspora is an agent of change for the country. Fantastic. Thank you ever so much. Who wants to attempt that question?
Rose Moigai is my name. I'm a UK solicitor. This is why I started once I practiced law for several years. I returned to Kenya 12 years ago and was admitted as myself a bridge, and it is that bridge that I would want every diaspora person to have a look at and consider the dual citizenship as a platform to have the best of both. The best of Kenya, the best of UK.
Fantastic. Who wants to add to that?
Thank you. Again, my name is Zuri Hikimanjonjo. I see myself as a catalyst of change in terms of knowledge transfers and the technologies and the systems and the processes that we are able to gain from both of these two great nations, and allow each other to share these developments with one another in order for us to be able to advance both our worlds for the benefit of each other. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thanking you. Thank you. And any attempt? Any more attempt? So we've already had catalyst of change, agent of change, and bridge. Fantastic. Please go ahead.
Councillor Njore Kimani, what do I see myself? I see myself as brain gain. Brain gain.
Gain.
Or you might want to call me a liaison partner. Because we're not just a Christmas package.
I like that.
We left Kenya with something. We didn't leave with nothing. So we have something to offer to this nation. And actually what we offer, they embrace it very well and they appreciate it. So let's never forget that. So let's not just look at what we gain from here, but what do they gain from us? And that's what I see myself, as someone who brought value, standards, morals, culture that they can learn from. But I also see how much I can give back to my country, because I've equally learned something here that I didn't know. And that's what I bring back to my country.
Oh, bless you. Brain gain. Fantastic. That is, we are receiving this. Next.
You took all the words out of my mouth. My name is Councillor Daisy Jeroboam. I see myself as an African daughter.
Oh.
That means a lot. And being also a firstborn, you carry a lot of responsibility. I see myself as someone who really wants to study an African mind, given what we've gone through in the generations and what that impact that has in our lives today. I'm quite happy to serve in this country and to learn how the structure and the infrastructure works and the politics and the policy, but I do the same for Kenya, but I do the same for across the continent, because it is us, the younger generation, that are going to lead tomorrow. So even if as we lead now, we're leading, we're learning, but in the next 20, 30 years, I want to be in a position where I can learn from the past, but also I can be able to create an African daughter. That's how I see myself.
Oh, fantastic. An African daughter always looks back. You realize that? Yeah. They always take care of their mom, the African daughter. That's exactly, they have to always look back. Thank you. Yes, please.
Hilary Wanjohi, I feel like I moved to the UK for university, and for my day job, I think both of you summed it up really well. I get to do a lot of government relations work and advisory work for some of the biggest international brands, British, American, and looking into Africa. And as someone who lived on the continent, seeing the opportunity that everybody else sees in our world is unique. And I think just taking that on and giving it back to the people in a packaged way that's processed, in a packaged way that's, you know, refined. I also think that something that the West offers us is networks. And very many people have spoken about it, but your network is your net worth, and really just building that out, but building that out knowing that you're going to capitalize it for both Africa and yourself later on in life.
Oh, blessings. Thank you very much. Now, that is the sort of minds that we have in the room today. And mentioning that is a conduit, because packaging, they say if you're going to send electricity someplace, you've got to put it in something so that it goes through perfectly. So thank you ever so much. Now we're going to change gear slightly. Now that you've given me what you think, what you actually term as a Kenyan diaspora, let's start with Professor. Now, this is going to be more to do with capital and investment. And I'll give us a bit of a sort of a background context to this question. That we know that the numbers that has been trickling through, most especially with remittances, that over $4 billion in remittances a year. But we also know that these remittances money that goes specifically for things that tackle emergencies. So we're looking at, funerals, school fees, buy a little bit small plot of land somewhere. And we know that this is not a big problem because it needs to be done. That's a gap that needs to be fulfilled. However, the potential is still sitting dormant, that the diaspora pockets and pension funds currently stands at a staggering amount. So what is genuinely holding Kenyan diaspora from investing back home?
So thank you very much. First, let me say that I totally agree with you that the diaspora is seen as a financial lifeline for struggles. Hardly are we considered as those people who can assist in developing the country. So having been in the UK for a very long time, a few years ago, we were able to understand that even if the diaspora really wanted to assist the country, a lot of things needed policy change in the country and a lot of acceptance in the country. And one thing that we pushed, and I'm very glad to say we pushed for two things, that the diaspora is mainstreamed in governance in the country. And we are very proud today that Ambassador Waroi was picked from amongst ourselves and made the Deputy High Commissioner here in London. We thought he would be a bridge. Now he's gone to Moscow, where he will be even a better bridge or conduit. We also pushed for a creation of the State Department for Diaspora Affairs, which meant that we are no longer second-class citizens who would go to the mission and request to be heard. We believe that as the State Department for Diaspora Affairs evolves, a lot of these questions will be answered. They need to be trust building between the country and ourselves in the diaspora, because many of us have been conned, many of us have been told to do different things, and therefore some people have even decided that investments will wait until they are in the country. Not many are doing it virtually or going and coming back. But with the existence of the State Department for Diaspora Affairs, which I would like to encourage members of the Kenyan diaspora who are here and beyond to note, is that we've got many divisions that have been created, that they are there to assist us. I think at the moment, if you want Treasury, because of a few questions, that particular department addresses those issues. So I think it's been a transition. I think we are at a point where things are better. I think now there is a shift between being senders of funds for funerals and whatever. I think now there's a huge shift now where the diaspora looks at themselves as investors, entrepreneurs. We're building networks. We are here because of now Kenya-UK collaboration beginning. And I think, the future is bright. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Professor. Oh, let's give Professor very, very well-deserved round of applause. Professor, you introduced something that's very important, and that is trust and transparency. And I think I'm going to pose a question that will go to Rose. Rose, fantastic. So the point that Professor put forward is something that is not alien to us. Because if you speak to Kenyans in a room, anyone here, you have different stories to tell about trust. in a sense that someone would say that, you know, they sent money back home, and many of them will tell you different stories that when they went back, that money, they were sent pictures of things which never existed. And a partner that you're dealing with decided to invest the money, but then when you got there, they disappeared. It could just be that you bought land, and that land has 3 owners, which effectively means that you're the 4th person, and you can't actually own the land. It's not yours anymore. Now, because trust is a very invisible currency that makes and breaks the diaspora at this present point when it comes to investment. So how do we build this, Rosie? And who is responsible for it? Could it be the government? Is it the private sector? Or can we actually loop it back to the diaspora and say, maybe better be careful next time and deal with the right people who know what they're talking about? Maybe you could kick it off from there. Thank you.
I think this is one issue that has struggled with so many diaspora people, and the issue is not the individuals. I think the government is supposed to work out structures or formalities in place whereby they have a system that a diaspora issue is handled as a diaspora. I'll give an example. You've said that you make an investment, which is very common for a diaspora person. They send money to their relatives or individuals or business partners, and of course they don't do what is supposed to be done. Then the diaspora, file a matter in court. They travel to Kenya, and the individuals just vanish. The question is there a way that diaspora matters can be heard, or can be heard separately, or can be heard? What can be addressed to understand the diaspora situations? Because it's not just in investments, it's also in the remittances that they send home. So how do we deal with the court processes such that they are able to handle diaspora matter differently? Why do I say this? Because we have Huduma centers in Kenya, and Huduma centers are everywhere. At every Huduma center, can there be a diaspora desk such that a diaspora person with a land matter or maybe whatever issue they have, they can be able to be addressed at the diaspora desk in the Huduma centers? A conversion of that being at the embassy as well. Trust will only be achieved if you know that if you invest in a property, in an investment, if there is a dispute, you will get justice, and not just now, but on time. And the process of getting that justice is what usually have an issue with the diaspora people. I think the other thing I would want to add on trust again is on not just the process, not just the people, but the whole ecosystem. What is the plan that the government has in place? Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Yes. Round of applause for Rosie, please. Rosie, thank you for going through that question. Honestly, I think everything to do with trust takes different facets. And for you in the legal sort of fraternity, you see that sometimes it takes two to tango because it has to be both ways, which effectively means that the individuals, the government, the diaspora, everybody have got to be on the same boat. But thank you so much. Yes, you want to add something?
Yeah, I just wanted to add something on due diligence.
Yes, please, go ahead.
I think I learned this the really hard way. But I think sometimes passion and outcomes that the numbers might look really good and you might know the person. So I think what I've learned is conduct due diligence in different formats and just make sure you verify and don't let the passion, put the emotions on one side and also be logical as well, and maybe seek support from someone else who is of that country, if it's in another country, just to get another opinion, which sometimes I think sometimes you just go into it and carry so much passion. You get in there, and I've encountered a lot of people who could be great investors back home, but just treading a path.
That is a very, very good point raised. Thank you very much. Absolutely great point. I was discussing it with somebody yesterday, and they mentioned almost the same thing. They went to buy land, they checked from the Land Commission, they checked the land title was genuine, only to find out afterwards that that land, a part of it, a portion of it, was sold to another person before the land title was released, and then it caused a mess. But thank you. So passion, keep it on at bay, hold on, get the deal done correctly. Fantastic. Now, moving on to the next panelist, that is Huri. Now, we're going beyond the generation. There is a generation of young Kenyans like yourselves who grew up here in the UK. You have a British passport. You're Kenyan by blood. And by goal, your instinct is that you're definitely working towards promoting Kenya. And you also think differently compared to, the other members of the Kenyan diaspora out there. And that just means that the access that you've got in terms of network or networks, in terms of institutions, and also in terms of dream is particularly different as well. Now, because there are only pocketed number of such young Kenyans that actually think about home, what can be done to bring the same caliber of young Kenyans such as yourselves into the same conversation so that they're able to write the same story that we are writing? Because looking into the room, there are not so many young people. So how possible can we get the same sort of people, and how do we identify them?
Thank you for your question. Ningeweza taka kusema kwamba I think Kenyans are very skilled individuals, be that in the diaspora ama wakiwa nyumbani. And to get them in rooms such as these, I think first of all they have to see that they have a role model, starting with that. Kuwa na representative allows people to see that actually there is a way for me to have a seat at the table and voice my concerns and things ambazo zinaweza fanyika ili we demonstrate change so that the youth can start to actually contribute back to these spaces. Number two, I would say education in terms of getting them together and allowing them to see the contribution in which they can actually make in driving the difference and the change between the great two nations of Kenya and the United Kingdom. So by that, it will be network forming. That would be actually my third point. So network forming, we have to have, like, again, a directory such as the KGBA, ambayo imefanyiwa leo, the ushering in of this new company. This will be a very credible platform, ambayo, as parents, you can go to this, your daughters, your sons, and you can point them in the right direction by giving them inspiration. Kwamba kuambia, aya, ungeza fanya hivi, ama hivi, ili uweze kuwa na nafasi to be in rooms such as these and make a difference. Those will be my top three at the moment because they have worked for me. I'm a living testament of that. And I conclude my statement there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zoe. I think that deserves it. Yes, please. If you want to add something to it. Thank you. That is fantastic.
Basically just adding on to her point, I think having moved to the UK, it still stands a lot of what I think makes you who you are in your young 20s and 30s is started at home. I think as parents, or even as people, we often say we want a seat at the table, but we're not really comfortable asking for it. And when you ask for it, you need to be able to, when you ask for something, you need to be able to stand and take that too. But I think at home, like, my parents were very big on, if we're talking about investments or we're talking about, things, introduce your children to that.
when you're having meetings on the weekend, bring them along. It really changes your commercial mind and how you do things. From a politics perspective, I think often we inherit, and this is definitely not the space to say that, but we inherit a lot of our views from what we hear. And if you're going to speak about it, let's go a bit deeper. What does that look like for you? Education is, especially for the girl child, is so important. And just saying, I'm interested in that, or you mentioned that, or what are you working on? Can we look into that? I've done work for my parents, I think, since I was like 16, and that's really just changed how you think and can sit. I also must say that I think the Kenyans in Kenya are now having a huge appreciation for young people. I think in the last 7 months, I've had the chance to go and, you know, really engage with top people, but every single room I entered into, everyone was like, what do you have to say? And so when the room is so happy to have you, take the chance and run from it. But you won't have that confidence unless that's grown around you and you are happy to step up. So I think even as young people, sometimes we do ask, but we're not happy to jump in. But you can only get that from confidence, and that's brought from home.
Oh, inclusion. I like that. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, yes. You want to add something to that? Please go ahead.
Definitely. I'm passionate about this. I
Yes.
look at you and I see a younger version of me. I have been walking the streets since I was so young. And I think there's nature and there's nurture. And in some cases, you have, let's say, parents who are in those spaces. They open the doors. In other cases, you end up meeting mentors. And those mentors are able to share some of those doors that you didn't have access to. So I think each one of us probably maybe has a child, or you're connected to younger person. I would say next time you have an event, call to action, bring them and see how they react and see if they're interested. If they're not interested, that's okay. But if you don't give them the opportunity and you don't plant the seed will never grow. So it's a collective responsibility. And if we start with one, before you know it, they invite their friends. Before you know it, you have a movement of young people and a community that has similar values. Don't leave us behind, because not everyone is going to be trading like some of us were at the front and say, we will take on. Some of them need encouragement and they need support from you. And I look at our parents.
Oh, that
and
is
that
that is true.
responsibility also.
The good thing is you're looking at them because they failed. You know that, right?
I have
All of
mentors.
them.
I have a lot of mentors on here. So I have one mentor here. For a long time, he's been supporting me.
Oh.
Professor as well has been supporting me.
Fantastic.
Mary's also. So I think by the time you see someone, they say you get to the top of the mountain, you don't know exactly the number of people that have really brought you to where you are.
That is
so
true.
I'm really grateful for that.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. Round of applause. So, take on from there. You have been given the action. Next time you're attending this event, if you come alone, you're stopping at the doors. As simple as that. Bring them in. Let them come and experience what we're experiencing today. So, Eva, thank you ever so much. Now, let me go straight to the next question now. And I wanted to, who is the strategist in the building, on the list? Yes, Hillary. Right. Now, from a strategy perspective, what we do understand is that most diasporans invest mostly in property. Something tangible, something they can see, something they can, drive by and, check out and say, yes, that's mine, that sort of stuff. But obviously we have so many other sectors that the diaspora could have that born appetite for. Now, if I may ask, how do we broaden the conversation? How do we get the diaspora excited about all these other sectors, manufacturing, healthcare, IT, everything, like capital in agriculture and stuff like that? How can we get them interested so that they're not just interested in things that they can see through the window of the matatu?
I think it's always so interesting because Kenyans, I have Ghanaian friends, Nigerian friends. I grew up in South Africa as well, and Kenya is the one place that everybody has a shamba. Absolutely everybody. And growing up in South Africa, land was not really something that people, despite it being a political topic, it's not something that people invested very heavily in. People are more of a cash-based economy like that. And I think again, it comes with exposure. That's the most important thing. I think when we talk about diaspora and capital influx, I always like to pick a parallel to India and China and what that's looked like for them. Manufacturing is such a huge opportunity for people to get involved in. However, at what point do you get involved in? Are you the person who's, you know, on the ground setting them up? Are you an intermediary? What does that look like for you? I guess it also starts with what is your level of comfortability in that market. You're happy to have a house because you can see it being built, you can see the blocks. You can't see when things are being imported and exported if you're not there, the whole value chain. And so it starts, I think, first analyzing and articulating what that looks like for you. We obviously, Kenya is a huge market in terms of the financial technology space, fintech. I think it's a buzzword that not many people really understand, that you can contribute not only as a user, but as an investor. And so looking at alternative markets, I think first and foremost is very important, but understanding your appetite of what that looks like and being able to deploy it in a very articulate and comfortable way is what I would say.
Fantastic, thank you. Now, we're not going to have a follow-on rebuttal on that one because of time, because I've got two questions that I need to go through, and so the next question is coming straight to you, no problem. And this is going to be in relation to policies and things that we believe that sometimes, to be fair, members of the diaspora think we get so many promises when elections are about to happen. But that narrative needs to change. So if you're unable to see that, you know, the policies that have been set out by the government actually does work for us, in what ways can the diaspora have a single voice that would enable them to navigate the bureaucracies that usually get set up, most especially for any businesses that are happening but not starting from the country? For instance, anyone who is in the diaspora is actually coming from outside the country to start a business. How can we navigate those bureaucracies? Either as a diaspora voice or as a diaspora community.
So, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that question. One of the things that, and you mentioned the policy, one of the things that creates success in business is structures. And while we may ask what can the diaspora do, I think there is a place for setting up structures before election and maintaining those structures after election.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the difficulty with some of the things that we experience here, where one thing works in this current government doesn't necessarily work in the next government.
That's true.
And that's a clear lack of structures.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't matter how much we try to invest and what kind of a voice we get here, the challenge comes with that lack of the enabling platform. And the government is the only one that can offer an enabling platform that is suitable for us to come and invest confidently. Structures such as this that are happening here, for example, the Kenya-UK mission, are very important to start that conversation. And this is where the diaspora can have a voice. It's platforms such as this that are formal, so it's not now just some backyard conversation, or we met somewhere and had some lunch and started talking about this. It is having those conversations in rooms like this with the right contacts, people who have the capacity to influence that change, to have those conversations in the right corridors when they do go back to Kenya. We're very privileged to have had the diaspora State Department, because again, that is the component that offers us the access to the door for us to be able to go and voice those concerns, or even to take those ideas, because we do have a lot of ideas. The challenge we've always had is we've had ideas in small pockets. We haven't had the vehicle to take those ideas into fruition. Think of it like a train, for example. A train has a variety of cars, and those cars have different sitting allowances. There's fast class, there's quiet zones, and then there's the zones of a bit more noise. And The train collects all those and delivers them to one place. And that's what vehicles such as this do. They listen to those different pockets. Think of them as vehicles. Think of them as agile thinking. In technology, we talk about agile thinking, where we build in small pockets. In the end, we join them all together, and we call it continuous improvement and continuous development or continuous deployment. That's the focus that the diaspora brings. But that focus cannot work if we do not have that enabling platform that receives them on that end and allows us to build fruitful relationships. That's what we need.
Fantastic. Oh, you killed it. Thank you very much. Let's give that round of applause to our brother. Now, because we actually running very late on time, I'm not too sure if I can give one question to the audience and then we go straight down to the 30-second closing remarks from my panelists. Okay, no questions. Fantastic. Oh, you have one? Comment. Yes, please. Yes, Caroline has got a comment, so it's not a question. While you prepare your closing remarks, 30 seconds, and we run through it. Yes, please, Caroline, go ahead.
No, just to commend you all, because this has been a very insightful panel. I did mention at the beginning that I am the chair of Youth Affairs, Sports and Creative Economy for KEPSA. So Kenya Private Sector Alliance. I actually serve on the governing council. And I also sit on the National Youth Council board. The National Youth Council of Kenya, I'm on its board. And I like that this is a majority youth, only youth, even though you're trying not to be. It's a majority, this is the majority of the representation here. We have the National Youth Council elections coming up in July. And I just thought to myself, why don't we have the diaspora participating as a portrait, because we'll pick from each constituency. Maybe if you can mobilize yourselves, because July is just around the corner, that's something that can be floated because the board is meeting this month actually, and we can talk about it and see how to include, because then your voice can be part of those conversations. I think anyway, this is just to welcome any youth-led, youth-empowered, catalytic conversations that you want to have. I'm your conduit. You talked about conduit.
And a bridge.
I'm your bridge. So if you want to utilize me, I'm here at least for the rest of this conference, and I can relay whatever insights, ideas you have, and make things happen from the Kenyan end. So this has been good. Thank you.
Ooh, isn't that refreshing? Oh, that is good. That is good. Tangible results, and we're getting it at the same time. Thank you very much, Caroline. You have one question? Ooh, we've got two questions. Okay, allow me to take them, please. Let's start with the gentleman. Yes, please. Comment. You have a comment. Okay. That is true.
You cannot remove poverty. You have to introduce prosperity. You don't remove darkness, you have to release light. So definitely, and we are going to Nigeria, Ghana, and Kenya. And what I saw in Kenya encouraged us. It was in Kenya that the president refused to read his address. He said, "We have not done well." And again, it was in Kenya
All right. So I think this is the most practical perspective that I've seen. Because the moment you push that money there, whoever is spending it is still within the economy. I like that. So please, just push the money, okay? Push the money. The guardrails will be built while the money is in there. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, let me just have that last one. Steve, please. The last one.
Mine is a kind of a question which has not been discussed at all today, and that is the issue of culture, preserving the African culture, the Kenyan culture. This time as we speak, African countries are not, when they bring their children here, when they come here, a lot about our cultures are not encouraged. So when we come here, we sort of become more westernized, and we end up not really doing anything about it. When we go back, we tend to follow what has been here. So I think Nigerians and Ghanaians are doing so well in terms of encouragement to ensure that, there's Kenya in the park, there's other events about Kenyan cultures that are taking place, but they're not being invested in as well, because they mean quite a lot, not just to the people back home, but to the people here, so that the encouragement goes on. Issues like the language, all people together, that needs to be encouraged, and I thought any of the members of the panel would discuss it at one point or another. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Steve. So, yes, thank you for that question. So in regards to culture, I think we touched it slightly in terms of giving Zuri as an example with the language, that is, she's able to speak the language quite well, having that identity and not being completely muddled that you are in Kenya, but actually you're in Britain. So we will give you the 30 seconds, but if you have a moment to mention and answer that question, please go ahead within your 30 seconds.
Thank you so much. I think we are discussing ourselves as a diaspora, and I think most of the time we have looked at ourselves as capital. I think it's about time we think that we are beyond capital. We are beyond sending money. And the fortunate thing we have is we have two countries. I am Kenyan. If you look at my fellow colleagues in my office, they only have one country to look at. That's British. That's only Britain. For me, I've got two countries to look at. I have the leverage of building in either of the countries, be it being a trade ambassador, export ambassador. I can't be for two countries. That's Kenya to the UK, UK to Kenya. I think for culture, I want to say that the Kenyans who are here really do a lot about maintaining the culture. We've got Ngemisia UK here. Even whatever they are saying in their local dialect. We've got Mulembe, and we've got many things. So I think within the Kenyan context, a lot is happening to ensure that we pass our cultural beliefs down to our individuals or our young ones. And I think within ourselves, in form of business, I think if we come in to encourage that happens. Halima here did talk about facilitating Swahili lessons for diaspora kids. I think that's happening. I've had a discussion about facilitating Kikuyu culture, Kalenjin culture. Lemfi ought to have been here. I've seen them translating some of their videos into Kikuyu, into Luo, into Luya. And I think that helps to get our young ones who are either second generation or first generation born in Nairobi, don't know a lot about the cultures, to actually ask themselves, what language is this that this video is on? So I think if we keep doing that, that will be great. But most importantly, thank you to Mary and CICL. And I think what you are doing by bringing the KEPSAs, Carol and the rest, means that our ambassadorial roles as Kenyans who are here is actually encouraged. We are given the platforms, and we will keep growing, and we grow the country. Thank you.
Culture or close?
Closing statement.
Okay. What I can say is that diaspora understands both markets. They understand how to do business that is conducted in UK and how opportunities are available in Kenya. Given an opportunity, I think diaspora is ready to grow both sides. I had a conversation with Milka earlier on today, and I told her for the first time for the many years I have lived in this country, I've never thought of bringing tea bags to the UK. Why? Because I went to Asda and I did not find tea bags. I don't know if you've been like that. But now with Mary and her Melvin, I told Mary, I know who the owner of Melvin tea bags are. Do you know her? And she said, no. I said, before close of business, I'll connect you with Flo, who is the owner of Melvin. We see how we can build this there. So these people who are in the UK understands how business is done in UK, and the Kenyans on the other side have the products that can bring. So if we link the two, then I think there is more for business to be done. My closing, 10 seconds, again I said, from the other side in Nairobi, we are members of the German Chamber of Commerce, British Chamber of Commerce, French Chamber of Commerce, American Chamber of Commerce. Have you thought of being members of those chambers in the UK? That's what I would ask you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Next.
Thank you, moderator. My closing statement ni kusema kwamba mimi ni mwananchi wa Kenya na mwananchi pia ya taifa la Inglaterra, na nataka kusema kwamba asanteni sana for coming out. It has been such an honor to see so many new faces and seeing everyone crowded in a magnificent space ili kuwezesha the continuation of trade and partnerships between both nations. Na tuendelee kukumbuka vijana wetu sababu sisi ndo the futures of tomorrow, as said. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is 20 seconds. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I think just to say thank you so much. It's been an amazing session. As somebody who's seen the benefits of what cross-collaboration across different countries are, I think my call to you is just really invest in your children as possible as you can. They are everything, and even you as a professional, you can be a mentor and a sponsor to somebody else. So please think about the people that are around you and you can uplift knowingly or unknowingly, because I think the most important thing is our next generation.
Oh, thank you very much. Hilary? Yep.
Thank you so much, Mary. I really had an amazing time today. I support organizations with customer acquisition and retention. I think one thing I would like to encourage everyone is to look into your IP. So everyone has something to offer, no matter how little you think it is, and think of how you can strategically package that and be able to either grow your business through franchising or bring your business in this, in the UK, but in a very strategic way that you're positioning yourself for growth. So I think I've spoken to a number of you and I'll be like, you know what, you have something. Just package it a little bit this way and you can see how you can take that. So just go away, have a think about where you are and look at how you can grow to the next level.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you.
Mine is to say that if you're sat here today, you have an international mindset.
You all do.
All of you who are here today. If you didn't have one, now you do. You've been birthed into a global market. So your mindset from the moment you walk out of this place must be different. Because here today we're talking about partnerships. We're talking about investments. And not investments in your local, but investments in partnerships that are global. You must jump on a flight to go there. And so you now have to start thinking outside the box. You must start looking at challenges in a different way. You're designed for looking at the barriers that are out there in the market and coming up with solutions. That's why you're here. You're here to look at problems and come up with solutions. That's my word for today.
Oh, thank you ever so much. Thank you. Now, to my panelists, I just want to say that you have been extremely brilliant. You've delivered exceptionally well, articulate, and in every shape, every form, we like what you have delivered today. So I would say to my audience, I want to thank you so much for listening. And I know that you've picked one or two things that you're going back with. And if there is one thing to pick out, remember, bring the young ones into this conversation next time. Now, before my panelists leave, I would request the camera crew, Marie, to come forward as well, so that we can take a wonderful picture with this new brand, a generation of movers, of change givers, and a generation that is strictly focused on results rather than stories. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. Right. Now, the session that we're going into is going to be kind of separated out there. It's B2B. Partnerships, yes. And yeah, so we've got the partnerships, and then we have the B2B session right after that. So we are going to launch. So let's just have this taken out first, and then we will launch the Kenya, the chapter, the Kenya chapter. Just bear with me 1 second. Let me just get that straight in. So the launch of the Pan-African Business Club Kenya chapter, the Pan-African Business Club. And this is going to be led by Ansari St. Hill, founder of Black Business Club and Business Coach UK. I think he was, oh yes. Right, fantastic. We're just going to get ready, and then just a moment, please. Okay, so for this launch, I think I'll give you at least five minutes, and then you can take it out from there. So let's just give him a warm welcome as he makes his way to the stage, the Pan-African Business Chapter.
Thank you very much. Just say, first of all, my name's Ansari St. Hill. Just want to say thank you to Mary and everybody who's been involved in today. It's been absolutely fantastic. Moving Africa forward economically is the next frontier. So I just want to talk very briefly about that. Basically, I was born here. My family's from the Caribbean, but where did we come from? We come from Africa. So I spent 40 years working to advance Africa and to link between people in the Caribbean, people in the diaspora, and people in Africa. So I've done a lot of work around that. But the last 15 years in particular, I've been in business, and I've worked with many, many different businesses. And one of the things we've dealt with, we've dealt with so many things on the African continent. Of course, we had colonialism, we've got now independence, all the rest of it. But the next frontier is economics. And I believe that the small business and the micro business sector is a vital part of that transformation. So what I did is, 15 years I've been in business. I've been doing coaching and training business owners for a franchise called Action Coach, working with different businesses across, mostly in London, but across England and in various places. And one of the things we found is that a lot of businesses are micro anyway, but particularly black-owned businesses are very small and couldn't always afford coaching programs. So what happens to them? They just struggle on their own. So I read a book called The Membership Economy. It's worth reading this, by the way. If anybody's got membership organizations, there's a lot of membership organizations. Read the book Membership Economy. In that book, I read that book about 4 years ago, and I said, I'm going to launch a club, a black business club for black-owned businesses. So that's what I did. And some of the people are here. I'll ask them to come forward in a bit. There's people who are supporting us as well. We'll do a photo op. But basically, we did that, and then we launched Ghana chapter. And then we had a social in Ghana in April this year. And then there was a conversation about why is it called Black? Why is it called a Black Business Club? Because in Ghana, everybody's black. So we realized that we need a name change. So we've made a strategic change. So I'm the founder of the Black Business Club, which will be a diaspora organization. And the Pan-African Business Club is part of the launch today. Kenya chapter will be now a Pan-African Business Club. So the whole point of it is to, people have mentioned BNI. I know BNI is in Kenya, right? I've been in BNI for 15 years, so I know about networking on steroids. BNI is basically the #1 business network in the world. But we also need a network between ourselves, where so many of the conversations we've had in the room, people are not well connected. So somebody wants to import, somebody's living in Kenya, wants to export to the UK, and finds barriers and not sure who to trust, how to work, who to work with, and gets frustration. Very small. If you're a big company, you can just ring the government, you can just contact Keir Starmer, whoever. When you're a massive government, you can just ring government and they'll sort everything out for you. When you're a small micro business, you can't just contact the government and ask them to help you. It doesn't work like that. You don't have the access. And if you don't know who to contact, you're just frustrated. And we know about also importing or exporting to Africa, we have the other issues. You know, you have your goods at port, somebody's holding it, they won't let you go unless you give them a little handshake. Somebody else, you have to know somebody else to get it released. This is not, we can't do business like this. So one of the things we want to do is have a network of business owners across the African continent by having chapters in each of the African countries where we can do business with each other. So like yourselves, a lot of your diasporan Kenyans here and Kenyans at home, and to do business with each other, we want to create a structure that makes that easy to do. So that's basically what we're launching today. So if I could ask Mary to come up, we're going to give her a certificate as the founding, because Mary's agreed to be one of my partners in crime, if you want to put it that way, to make this happen through her contacts, my contacts. We're going to come together and we're launching today. So we've been asking people to sign up, just on a waiting list, that's all, just a waiting list at the moment. And then in the next few days from today, we will let you know. We'll have a webinar where we'll announce and tell people what it's all about, how it works, and then a membership program. And the membership is, I mean, we've done the membership and it's been £12 a month, and that's including VAT. I mean, it's peanuts. We're going to put it up slightly to 15, but that's in a few weeks' time. But in Africa, it's only £6, £6 a month. So it really is affordable for micro businesses. People have asked me, say, why don't you make it £100 a month? But we know that will exclude a vast majority of a very large number of businesses. That makes sense. What we want is volume, numbers. Does that make sense? Everybody in the room probably has about 100 contacts. If you look at the people in this room, if we all could leverage those 100 contacts and we're all connected to each other, we could do anything. So that's basically the mission. So I just want to do formally, I don't know if you can get some photographer, but yes, if you could come up, there's some of the people who are supporting us today, Olayinka, Pichu, anybody else who wants to join us, Ken, I don't know if you want to come up or Dawn, but just join us. These are a couple of members here, and there's some others here who joined us today who are supporting us in some of the work we're doing. We're just going to do a photo. This is the certificate just to formally give Mary as that original founding member. So.
Where are my Kenyan people?
Thank you. Thanks very much. I appreciate the support. They've supported us in the work we're doing. Many people, some people even join, don't do anything. I've even had a retired couple, they just love what we're doing and they just support us. And lots of people supporting that, they support us passively and softly, and other people are very active and supporting another way. So should we do? Oh, thank you. Excellent, thank you. So just contact me, we get the information through Mary as well, or contact me, get you on the waiting list, and then we can just contact you when we're doing the webinar and follow up. Thank you very much.
So at this juncture, I'll be the MC. He has stepped out. So before we go into the partnership, I think the next juncture is the partnership, of which now we'll be signing the partnership between KEPSA and CICL. In reality, we already have the MOUs. This was something that was cooking, and that's why I came here today. So out of this arrangement and MOU that we're going to have, we'll make it easy also for all the various organizations and individuals who would like to be onboarded and come and understand how KEPSA is working through CICL. It will be very easy. And never know, we want to plan inbound and outbound missions. It will be easy now through that. And I think this is one of the testaments. And then not forgetting KGIB, we have already had discussions with their institutional arrangements, and I'm happy to announce if it all goes well, they'll become KEPSA members through the BMO section. So we want to create that network further. So it will be easy for you, all these contacts that I have on the KEPSA side. As I said, we have over 2 million members, 80 business member organizations. Then it will be easy for you to get them through these organizations and to link you up with them through webinars as a low-hanging fruit, and then eventually having a physical meetup. So the MC, I took up your job. I think he has retired. If he has, please, his package for today, I need to be slashed in the evening. The afternoon session, I need to be paid. And I've seen the currency in UK is good. So please, I only take pounds. I only take pounds. I only take pounds. So please, I don't know, we are to sign it on this table. If that's the case, MC, I think he has fired himself. So I think we'll do it from here. Hopefully he's here in time. Are they two? Yes, we need you here. We need you here. Men are not known to multitask. You have given me a very hard job. I'm feeling like I'm using my right and left part of the brain. Something is going wrong.
Dr. Jackson, I think you're doing well. You've done very, very well already.
So this is the MOU between KEPSA and CICL. Yes. So that everybody is a witness for the signing of this one, I just wanted to take you through just 30 seconds so that you don't become witnesses to maybe money laundering and trafficking of humans. We're not into that. So this MOU, specifically as I said, if you look at it, which will be shared with Mary later on, we are looking into how we can strategically bridge the gap between Kenya and UK. We are also looking into how we can be able to make investors and investor readiness in terms of investing in Kenyan businesses seamless. Also, we are looking into how can we be able to create and take charge of the opportunities that are arising in terms of the enhanced economies. And also, we are looking into how can we be able to create structured platforms for the B2B engagements. And I would urge everybody to go through the economic survey for Kenya, which was released a while back, the economic survey for Kenya 2025. With that economic survey, which is an online document, it will give you where you need to put your money into. Because from the economic survey, they have used data from KEPSA and from other institutions to tell you which sectors have potential to increase, which are the largest importers, which are the largest exporters in terms of products. Which products is Kenya exporting more, which are we importing more? So please look into that report. It will give you an informed direction as not to invest blindly, but based on data. Thank you so much.
Fantastic, thank you. All right, so I think it's all clear that we are witnessing a milestone that is being signed between KEPSA and the Connect Integrated Company UK Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not something tiny. This is small. It is more than what we can or would have bargained for this afternoon. Yes. And the signing is between the CEO of CICL and also the other will be signed by the CEO KEPSA. But in the meantime, Doctor has crowned it, yes, as a witness, crowned it as a witness. Dr. Jackson, fantastic, thank you ever so much. Now, after every signing, there is obviously an exchange of paper, and then we can move on to the next chapter of this agenda. Thank you very much. That is good. Thank you. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, from 2024, where we were testing the waters, to signing, this is like a dream come true. I used to admire KEPSA. I would look at them and say, wow, this is a wow moment for me. Honestly, it is. Thank you.
And we're joining in the wow, because it's done. Thank you. Now, this moment, we are going to do a few last minutes. And one of the last minutes that we're going to do, you've heard every statement that was made here. We've welcomed all the investors, the entrepreneurs, the policymakers, you know, your potential investors who are here, people who are just networking. And it is about that time that we now get to connect the businesses to business. So B2B. This conversation may not involve you directly, but there are members within this room who will be involved in the B2B. And therefore, we are going to call upon our government officials who are here to join the room that is not far away from the reception desk. When you get there, they'll let you know. And the members, like Julie, who is supposed to be in that conversation. So I would say all the members in this room who are part of the B2B conversation to make their way to that room. And also, on the other hand, I will, should we, just before you go, I'm thinking that we may actually have a closing statement because I'm not too sure if we'll come back to this room. Sorry, let me just find out. Okay, we're not going to be long here. Before you go, we're just going to have a vote of thanks, closing statement from Councillor Njore. And then once that is done, we will start making our way out. And just a reminder, this event is a 3-day event. If you don't have your ticket for tomorrow yet, and the next day, remember the triple blessings that we talked about earlier. So tomorrow, we are traveling to Cambridge, the Innovation Centre. The next day, we will be traveling to Scotland. So if you want to find your space on that bus, why don't you see the members out there who will be taking down your details and your sign up, and then you'll be subscribed to make your way to Scotland as well as to Cambridge. Also, one last thing. Outside, before you go, there will be fruits, there will be teas, there will be coffees, so networking is not stopping. In fact, it's only starting. So don't go away. Make good use of what has been laid out and make good use of the faces and the contacts that you have. I just want to say the exhibition as well is open as well, so the exhibition is still open, so go around, talk to them with questions. If there is an experience that you want to pick out of them, please let that be availed to you free of charge, because they're out there to serve you. And then I've got Harvey out there. I wanted to just recognize Harvey all the way from France with BitGay. Harvey. So if you just put your hand up, maybe just stand. Harvey is coming all the way from France, and he's got a product that is wonderful. And I'm sure you will be able to go around and speak to him to understand more about what product it is. It's legitimately fantastic. And I can assure you that. Thank you, Harvey. Thank you. So, let's welcome Councillor. Yes, please.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. MC, you have done an impeccable job.
Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much for holding it together.
Thank you.
Keeping us straight and narrow, nice and quiet throughout, and respectful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Si tumependa huyo MC. That MC did a good job, right? It's never easy to control a crowd, particularly in a large meeting such as this. So we're grateful, Bwana MC. I've introduced myself a number of times, but I'll say it again. I'm Councillor Njore Kimani. I'm a councillor here in the UK in a ward called Farnham Royal Parish Council up in Beaconsfield in South Buckinghamshire. I've been a councillor since January this year, having tried that for 12 years. It takes vision to be able to do that. So I've been asked to give a vote of thanks, and I want to start first of all by thanking the Kenya High Commission in their absence for honoring the invite that was sent to them, and sending not only their delegates but the Kenya High Commissioner himself, His Excellency Maurice Makolo, Ambassador Maurice Makolo. So we're grateful. We're also grateful for the Kenya government officials who graced this occasion. We thank you for their time and their attendance and their commitment, and for honoring yet again that invite. Representatives of businesses attending today, all of you sat here, and those ones who are even looking forward to starting businesses, we again would like to thank you for being here, for honoring this invite, and we look forward to seeing you next year. And you've been given a task that next year you must also attempt to come with a young person, so that we can start to incorporate them into this very great initiative. To the sponsors that have worked together with CICL, the organizers of this event, thank you for believing in this mission, in this vision. Started 2024, and as you've seen today, your belief was not in vain. We are now signing memorandums with some very great partnerships in Kenya, which will open up even greater more opportunities for us all, both here and in Kenya. To the panelists that have sat on this stage, poured out their knowledge, their brains, you've actually sucked their brains today, which is great. You've walked away with a piece of their brains, and we want to thank them for taking that time and to even honoring that invite of coming here to be panelists. A very important thank you to the organizers of this event. It's not easy to organize such an event, and the time that it takes to put all this together, and the chasing and the sleepless nights and the planning and the programs and chopping and changing, and the frustrations that come with it, because there are frustrations behind the scenes. For them to be able to drive this thing through and to see it through to this day, we are truly grateful. More importantly, as part of that organizing committee, we are grateful for the vision carrier, Mary. Without your belief, without your leadership, this would all be in vain. It is you that gives it drive, you give it life, you breathe life into it. And continuously, we are grateful for that effort that you put in. We know that you eat this, sleep this, think this all the time. And this is, you've just now joined yet another initiative that's going to take a lot more of your time, and we're grateful. Thank you. I also would like to say thank you to the Intercontinental, the venue. It's been great. You've loved the venue? It's been good, hasn't it? And the food was actually quite nice. It's good to see a hotel doing some great food. But I did hear that some of it was flown in today. How true that was, I will leave it right there. But it was good food. The final group that I want to thank, and I want to really thank this group, is the group that's going to watch what has happened here today. Because that group is going to be the audience. Whatever has happened here is believable, it's legitimate. Who will watch this, that will think, I want to be a part of that. Who's here today, who's going to appear in a photo, in a video, maybe was a doubter of what happened, maybe hadn't made up their mind quite yet. Maybe they know you and they'll want to hear from you firsthand. Or maybe they'll just see you through that video and they'll say, if that person was there. Who are watching, who will see it this year, and even the other ones that will happen outside of the country, because I know there will be others that will happen.